mantle, we are going to start with the back side of the mantle, and the back side of the mantle will be 17 blocks beside each other like this in a row. And of course I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 like this, and we are going to glue them together. So it's very easy. Just make a very simple line in the middle and make sure that you have enough glue, because you don't want to fall your mantle into. But of course, if you want to use a little bit of a better glue, it's always great. And but only thing is it just dries a little bit longer. That's why I do it with my glue of my glue gun, but maybe later on I regret that I did it. So, but we will see. So we are going to make this one of 17 like this. It's very easy. Just make sure that you press it down and squeeze it. Always press it down and squeeze it. And this will be, like I said, the back side of the mantle. And the great thing about this mantle is that you can use it for your Christmas decor, seasonal decors like Easter or Valentine, or you can decorate it any way you like, because it's just a little display you can decorate inside of your home like this. And we are almost there for the first row, and then I will do the rest of the rows out of camera, because I don't think you want to see how I make all those rows, because that will be very, very boring. So like this, squeeze it, press it down and remove the glue immediately, because you don't want to have your mantle too much glue on the outside like this. And again, get it away, and the last couple of blocks, and like this, make sure that you have them straight in line. And the last, like this, squeeze it and press it down. I know it's a little bit boring, but maybe if you want to make the mantle yourself, then people like to see how I did it. So, and we are almost at the last 3. This is the last 3. Now we're going to do the 2, and then we are going to build up our mantle on the back side further like this. Again, squeeze it, press it down, and the last one like this. Oh, you see already I am already gluing the back side. That's not really what we must do, so don't do the way like I did it, like this. And you see already now you have 1 row of 17. I'm going to make 4 rows, so I need 3 more like this one. We have already our 4 rows of 17 blocks. What I'm going to do the top of this block with my glue, and I'm going to glue every row on each other like this. Just lay it down, squeeze it flat like this, and then squeeze it real hard and press it down like this. And so we're going to do all the rows. We are going to do the next one like this. Be sure that you use enough glue, of course. Maybe I would say just do a different glue if you have more time than I have to show it to you. So maybe just use something different like this, press it down this way and keep it in place for a little moment because we want to have a neat backside. And now we need the top, of course, like this. Of course, I hope I show it to you on camera, because if I look straight, I see that you don't see anything. So I am really sorry. Like this, I'm laying it down, and again, squeeze it and press it like this. Press it down. And then we already have our back side. Then we are going to go further with the front side. Like this, and you see already this is the back side. I lay it apart and we're going to do the front side. We are starting now the front side, and the front side will be first we are going to start with 4 blocks glued to each other like this, 4 flat on your table, and the last one, and we are going to make 6 pieces with 4 like this one. So I will do the out of camera, at least with music, and then you don't get bored. We have already our 6 pieces we need. What we're going to do, we use them this way that they are standing up, just not this way flat, but we are going to use it this way. We are going to do some glue on the top, and we are going to glue this 4 on top of each other, and of course this 3 from the sides like this. And we're going to glue this one also like this, and the other side will be the same, and like this. This is already one, and you see already the glue is flying around on my hands. So don't worry, just don't look at it. And I'm going to do this side also on top of each other. Make sure you squeeze it and press it down like this. Now you have 2 side panels. Now we're going to make 1 row of 17 blocks again. You see we have our 17 blocks, and we are going to glue them together. But of course, don't worry, I will do it with some music. We have the sides, we have now the top of the front, and we are going to do now as the last piece 3 little blocks on top of each other, but then on the top side like this. I have to show it to you in a moment because I am stuck to my glue. 3 like this, and then we are going to place them in between like this. You see, this is what I mean. Just on the tops you do a little bit of glue, and then we're going to place them in between the first side panels like this. So I'm going to do on this side, and I'm going to do on this side. We are going to place it down like here, and we're going to place this one over here, and we have to get them straight. Remove the glue, and of course we have to get it off our like this, And I hope I don't have to have him too much on the side. So I have to look if they are really standing up like this. And what we're going to do now is very easy. I think you already know we are going to glue this one on top of here. Before I'm going to glue it, I have to show you that what I'm running into is with my blocks is that they are really, the packages I use are really different measurements. It's really to get frustrated from, because on the back side I also got already a little gap, and here is the same. You can already see it. Maybe if I can show it to you like this, you see already they are not totally the same length. So if you glue them really neat against each other, you see already they have spaces in between and they are getting a different size that I want to have it. So I'm going to work with it to get it in a straight line, to get it on top of here. So we will see what I can do with it, and maybe I will use some wood glue instead of my normal glue gun, because I have to figure out something, because this package of blocks are really bad in measurement. So I hope you have really better blocks than I have. I glue them the way I hope it is the best. So you see, I show it to you like this. This is already the front. What we're going to do right now, we have the back side, we have the front side. We are going to make the sides first before we do the top. We are going to take again 4 blocks and also flat like this. And we are going to make 8 rows of 4. We have four blocks on each side, so we are going to lay them down again like this, and again lay them in the length of your blocks like this, and this way. And of course this one will be in the inside. It's just a little piece inside of my block from the wood. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make all 4 of them together. So we have already the sides of our mantle, and we only need the top. So this step is so easy to do. I think you already know how to glue all of these pieces together like this. Press, squeeze and remove the glue, I always say, and I can't say it enough, because later on you will give it a color. Maybe you give it a paint color. I think I'm going to do it in the furniture wax, but we will see. First, I'm really happy if I get it already inside, of at least totally in each other. So, and then it will look okay. So, like I said, I never made one before. So, this is just also for me the first time. So, bear with me. If you see faults, just let me know what I can do better the next time. I love to learn also from you, because I'm, like I always say, an amateur just like you. I'm just going to do and start my DIY and try something. So sometimes I really have no clue how it will end. So bear with me, like I always say. And if you do it yourself, I always say, give yourself some grace, and it doesn't have to be, of course, you try to get it perfect, but a little mistakes. I always make so many mistakes. So we are going to do the top of our mantle. We are going to take 6 blocks, and we are going to glue the 6 blocks together like this. Again, a very easy way to do it, like this. And if I am correct, and I will measure out better in a moment, but we need 6 blocks on top of each other, and then we are going to need 6 of those 6 blocks. So like this. This is number 4, because I want to have my top of my mantle coming over a little bit of the front and the back side. Normally you don't have the back side, but I think I like also the back side, because you don't know where you will place it in your home. Like this. This is already one part of our top. Like this, we are going to place it also like this. So I'm going to think, I think we're going to need 6 of this one. All the 6 pieces of the top of our mantle are finished. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to give some glue on top of here, like this, glue it, a little bit more than normally. And maybe later on I will do in my work a little bit of my wood glue. This like this. Of course, you see it backwards, but it's just a simple wood glue. You can use extra with your glue gun. So I'm going to place this one. And of course, I'm going to do the other part. Just try to give it a little bit more glue than normally, because you don't want to that your mantle is falling down like this. Squeeze and press. We're going to do the next piece like this. And if you use the wood glue, it's very simple. Just do a little bit of wood glue on the space, and then later on just some glue of your glue gun, and then you have the same result. But later the glue gun works a little bit better. I can show it to you. Maybe it's a little bit better to then I explain it. Just do a little glue on top of here. I show it to you like this, and I always do it with my finger, a little dapping like this, and just wipe it off. And then we do a little bit of the glue gun on top of here like this, and then place it in between, and then you have a little bit bigger at least you have a less risk that it will break apart, because that's the yeah, sometimes from a glue gun that he doesn't glue enough, and especially when he just gets a little fall, he already breaks out. So if you want to get a little bit more steadiness, just do, like I said, just some simple glue like this on the sides, dapping it like this, wipe it off, and do some glue on the top over it like this, and again place it down and squeeze it together like this, and then you already have your top of your mantle. Now we are going to build it up, and later we will do the underside. And I don't know if I will do it from my tumbling tile blocks, or maybe I will take a piece of wood. We will see, but first we're going to place the mantle in each other. I have all my pieces over here. I have the back side, I have the front, I have the two sides. This is the pieces I need first, and later we do the top. But I'm going to glue this one over here and this one over here. And I know you can see it. I have to push you a little bit this way so you can see the whole mantle like this. So I'm going to do some glue. First I'm going to do, just as extra, my wood glue on top of here like this. Just dab it like we did earlier, just like this. Wipe it off, and we are going to do some glue. And of course, I hope it goes off like this. And now we're going to place it on the sides of our mantle like this, and just keep it in place for a little moment. And of course, this takes a little while, so I won't let you wait on it. I have the sides on my on the back side of my mantle. Now I'm going to do some glue over here on the tops like this, and I use this glue, wood glue, but you can use, of course, another glue too. But be careful, this glue you can touch with your fingers. I don't know, the glue you use is also ready for your fingers, so I don't know about that, so be careful. And I'm going to do like this. And I'm going to place it on top of here with a little bit of my glue gun, so it can stick a little bit for at the moment. Like this, because everything has to dry a little bit longer because we are using our wood glue. So of course I'm going to do some glue over here, and then I'm going to place my mantle on top of here. But I have to wait until my glue gun is a little bit more warmed up. You see already now the mantle, the top, the sides and the back side are in each other. What I'm going to do now, we're going to take our top and we are going to place it on the top side. So I'm going to get it This way I'm going like, and I hope you can see this. I think you can see it. I'm going to do again some wood glue over it like this. Just work your way around it like this, so we get a nice secure finishing of our mantle on the top like this. We are going to tap it and we have all the corners we need with the glue like this. And later the glue is always, the wood glue at least, is always when it's dried up it disappears. Now it looks white, but later on it disappears, so don't worry about it. That will get another color. So I let my glue gun get warm, because this can stay on for at least a half hour before you glue it. So I'm going to glue up my glue gun, then we're going to do some glue around it, and then we place the top. Now I'm going to go with my glue gun, I'm going to go over and make some lines so it gets stick also on a little bit with the glue of my glue gun, and like this. And then I hope when everything dries up, of course, I don't know, but we will see how this works out or not. Like this, and a little bit over here, like this. And now we're going to place the top. And I try to get it as even as I can, so I have to turn around a little bit. This way is okay. This way, I think, I'm sorry, I'm even pulling you over like this. So, and now he has to dry. In the meantime, while our little piece of mantle is drying, we are going to make the bottom, because first I thought maybe I do a piece of wood, but I think I like it a little bit better than also do it with some tumbling towel blocks. But of course you can do it with a piece of wood or maybe a piece of cardboard. It doesn't matter what you have laying around. I'm going to make the bottom the same like we did the top. And the top was, like I said, 6 blocks on top of each other and 6 blocks of 6. So it is very easy. Just do the same like I did. 6 blocks next to each other on the flat way like this. So you glue this one together and then make 6 of these pieces. Again, all 6 pieces are ready and we are going to glue them together the way we did the top. So for a little secureness, again, also for the bottom, a little piece of wood glue, dab it, and do some glue gun and just squeeze it, press it down and squeeze it like this. And this way you're going to do all 6 of them. Now the only thing we need to do is the bottom, and we need to place our mantle on top of here the same way with some wood glue and a little bit of glue gun. We are going to place it on top of here and then our mantle is finished. So I have to work a little bit with it, so I show to you when I have my top on here. So, but it is very easy. Just glue the underside of your mantle, place it on top, and this is how it will be. And here you see already how our mantle turned out, and I'm really happy with the end result. Of course, what we still need to do, I am going to do it in some very simple furniture wax, but you can color it in the white color, in the black color, any color which is fitting for your decor. So, but I am just taking the very simple furniture wax, and you will see already how much he will change if you just do it on top and give it a nice furniture wax. It just gives a nice rustic feeling for a little fireplace. So I will do this in some furniture wax and then you see the end result. my blocks on my table. The only thing I need to say, so bear with me with my voice because I had a very bad the flu, so I am still getting over it. So bear with me. What we're going to do, we are going to make 6 blocks on top of each other like this. Just glue it sideways, press it down, squeeze it like this, and try to get it as even as you can. And remove your glue immediately, because that's the thing you get if you do it fast. It is very easy to get away like this. And I am removing it. This is number 3. We are going to do number 4, and we are going to make, this is already 1 row will it be, and we are going to do for the bottom 2 rows, because this will be the bottom. Like this. I have to squeeze it and press it down like this. And the last one, and again like this one. And now we're going to make a second one. I already had 3 blocks together, so I'm going to do the 4th like this. Squeeze it and press it down. Now we're going to do number 5 like this. And of course, if you don't want to see how I make it step by step, just remove the video, because I understand if it takes much too long for you. Of course, I hope you will stay, but I understand also if it takes a little bit too much of your time. So we already have 2 of this kind of blocks, and we are going to make the lights, the sides with the lights. The sides with some glue like this, and we are going to place it together, squeeze it and press it down like this. And you see, every time I remove my glue again, and now we have the bottom of our kissing booth. What we're going to do now, we are going to do again 2 for the sides, 2 of 6 blocks again, because we're going to do the sides up. This is number 4, 5, and now we already have number 6 like this. Of course, this 6 we also are gluing together. We need 2 sides of 6, and the other side we make a little bit different because we want to go inside our kissing booth. So we leave the sides from that piece open, but you see that in a moment. It's better that I show it to you than that I speak it to you. And number 4 like this. Again, squeeze it, press it down. And number 5 like this way. And now we're going to do the last one, and you press it down again like this. So you see, now we get already one side. I have to press it down again, one side again for the sides. I will do the other one. Here you see we have the 2 sides. We are going to glue later in a moment on this bottom of our kissing booth. But before we're going to do that, we are going to make from 2 blocks a little side also, but with an open ending like this, just 2 pieces, and we are going to make 4 of those pieces like this. You see, very simple, just 2 blocks. And we're going to do another one. Of course, I have to use my glue. It was not totally into the glue gun. So like this, squeeze it, press it down, and now you already have number 2. We are going to do number 3 like this. Squeeze it, press it down, and the last one, because we need 4 of 2 like this. And what we're going to do, it's very easy. We are going to glue them on the side. We are going to take one side, and we are going to glue one on this side, and we're going to glue one on this side, and we're doing with this one the same. So like this, I'm just do some glue on the side like this, and I'm going to place it down like this, of course. And maybe it's better if you lay it down, you can press it better like this. I'll show it to you in a moment. And now you get just a nice side like this. You see already my glue is hanging already here. And now we're going to do the other one. Some glue on the side like this. And we are going to place it again to each other and try to get it as even as you can, like this. And now you get the shape like this. We are going to do the sides also from this one. Again, some glue, place it down on top of here like this, and you can squeeze it. It's a little bit better if you place it down, at least you can squeeze it a little bit better, but do it any way you like, because I also do, you see already I'm just doing something out of hand. So placing it down like this, squeeze it, and now we have two of this kind, and we are going to place it on top of our bottom. And you see then we have a little opening which way people can walk in and out. Of course it's small, you can't walk in and out, but you know what I mean. So I'm going to do some glue like this over here and some glue over here, and we are going to place it on top of here and squeeze it like this. This is one. Now we're going to do the other side. Over here. And if you want to glue it a little bit better, you can also use some wood glue extra with your glue gun. You see, this is how your bottom of your kissing booth is looking like. Now we are going to make the sides higher up. For the sides we are going to use on each corner one block like this, but first we are going to need the in between. So we are going to do one block on the top. We are going to do some glue, place it against each other like this. And this little kissing booth you also can use very easy in your tier tray. Maybe that's a lot of people already do for the Valentine season. So because it's a very nice little small kissing booth, maybe you like it also in your tray. You see, this is what I mean. I'm going to make two of them like this. Another one, do some glue on the top and squeeze it against each other like this. And remove the glue again like this. Be sure that he is really in a straight line. At least try to get it as straight as you can, because I sometimes also have the blocks a little bit off to of a straight line, because the blocks are not always the same measurement. So we have our two blocks like this. What we're going to do, I'm going to show it to you. We are going to take it on the front like this. We are going to take one block and we are going to glue one on each corner like this. And you see already they are totally fitting inside of each other. I show it to you. Oh, you see it's already like this on top of here. I'm going to do some, I'm doing it wrong. I'm sorry. I have to rewind it. And we are going to do one block on top of here, and we're going to do one block on top of here, and then we are going to glue it on here. I show it to you. It's better that I show it to you than I talk to you, because you see already I did already go wrong like this. Squeeze it and press it down like this. And now we're going to do the other one. A little bit of glue, and if you see it what I mean, then you know this is the right way, like this. This is how we want to make them. Remove the glue, and now we're going to place them on top of here. Of course, we need to do it this way, like this. And now you see, we get already the first start of our roof. And now we're going to glue it like this. You see, this is what I mean. It's better than I explained it to you. I will do the other one. This far we already have our kissing booth. Like this, we have the sides, we have the bottom. We are going to make the roof, and we are going to make the roof with 4 times 7 blocks on top of each other, like this. I have here 3, 6, 7, and of course we are going to make everything together, but I do it with some music so I don't bore you. I have now my 4 pieces of my roof, but this will be a challenge to get the roof on top of our little kissing booth, because I don't want to saw, so I will see how far I get, because normally you can saw it a little bit, how do you say, diagonal? At least you can saw it a little bit straight, but I'm going to try to do it without sawing. So I'm going to glue one of these side panels, of course, on top of each other, like this. Squeeze it and press it down, like this. And really squeeze really hard, because you want to have a nice side. This is one side of the roof. Now we're going to do the other side. And then we're going to go for the challenge to get it on top of our kissing booth. But even the way that it still looks like a house, and without using our saw, our jigsaw, or something what you use. So we are going to do our best. We already have 2 of our panels, and my way to try it, of course, is to do it like this. I can show it to you a little bit better this way. This way. So this is my idea. So we are going to need something for in between to hold it. So we're going to take 2 blocks. We are going to do on the top some glue. Squeeze it together. Press it down like this. And the sides, remove the glue. And again, we are going to need a second one. Like this. Some glue on the top. Press it down again. Like this. Squeeze it. And remove the sides. And what we're going to do, we are going to glue it inside of here, and we're going to glue this one also on top of here, like this. So you see, this is what I mean. I'm going to use the other side because he's a little bit out of a straight line, like this. So I'm going to do some glue like this over here. I'm going to glue this like this together, squeeze it. And this is what you get for using on top of here. So I'm going to glue this exactly in the middle, a little bit over this line and a little bit over this line, like that. But first I have to remove the glue, or else he doesn't fit right on top of your little kissing booth. Like this. So I'm going to do some glue over here and some glue over here, and now I'm going to place it. I have to look if I have it in a straight line, like this. A little bit over, like it, and then squeeze it and press it down. And now it looks very strange. I see it and I think this is strange. But we will see. And remove the glue you don't need on the sides as much as you can, because later on when you are going to paint it or wax it, you don't need it. like this. I showed you a little bit closer. Now I said it looks strange, but well, we hope at the end it looks like a kissing booth. And I still, you see, every time you see me working on my piece, because we are going to, we don't want to look it like it's totally under the glue. Now I'm going to look if I get one of the sides like this on top of here. So I have to figure out the way I do it. I show you a very difficult way, because like this, you say I just did a little bit of glue on the tops of here, on here, and on here, and on this side, and just laid it down. It stays in place, but later on I was thinking, if I just used one of a panel with 7 blocks, I just could have laid it down like this, and then we can hear some writing kissing booth on top of here, and then we also had just a flat roof. Maybe that would be much better and much easier than what I'm doing. So I'm going to show to you what I did, and I really hope it stays in place. But like I said, I give no guarantees, because this is really the difficult way to do it like this. And I will have to see if this will is just a failure, or just maybe it stays in place. I really have to look, but I don't really know what I have to think about it. Like this, and I'm just going to squeeze it and press it like this until it is dried up. But like I said, it is a challenge, because I just wanted to make it without using my saw. So, but we will see if this is a failure or not. Like this. And you see, it's already, of course, it looks like a little house, but like I said, I have really no idea how long this will stay in place. So I let it dry for a couple of minutes. It is a couple of minutes later, and you see here my glue is dried up, and for now he looks quite steady. So I am hoping this stays also the way. But if you want to make yourself easy, just make the roof very flat, because then you can use everything. You only need one row of the 7 blocks. Maybe you can do 6 blocks. Maybe you can have it in a straight line, and then do some a little tag on top of your kissing booth. I want to finish off this side, at least the middle. So I'm going to do some glue in between here like this, and I'm just going to place 2 of the blocks I made against each other like this. I'm going to place it in between like this. I have to look if I have it straight, and then I think he looks very nice. Now we are going to do it in some furniture wax. You can do them in the white color, the red color, the pink color, and the color you like, but I will do it in the furniture wax. Before I'm going to do it in some furniture wax, and maybe you are going to paint it, I suggest maybe we can make a little tag for the front and the back side of our little kissing booth, where we can later make some little tag on top. So on my computer, so like this, I'm just going to do 2 of the blocks together like this. And we're going to do this 2 times like this, and we are going to do some glue over here like this, and we are going to glue it together, squeeze it and press it down. We are going to make one for the front and one for the back side, and then later on we can glue it on top of on the front of our house, and we can make a nice little it looks really strange if I see it in my it looks so strange, but believe me, trust me, it will be okay. Have a little faith, it will be okay. So I'm going to make the second one, and then we're going to do it in some furniture wax, and maybe you are going to paint it. I use as my furniture wax, I use a very simple and very cheap brand. It's just a home brand furniture wax, but of course that's only for the people who just do it like me in some wax. If you paint it, of course, you can use any paint and color it you have laying around. So I'm going to always take my little brush, and I'm going to go from top to bottom with my furniture wax. And you see already it changes by the minute, I always say, like this. And I don't forget any corner there is on your little house, because that's always give the finishing touch, like this. So I will finish this off and then we're going to do the next step. And you see already I am finished with putting it in with some furniture wax. I find it already, it looks a little bit more like a rustic cabin. So you can use it also for the Christmas season. You can use it in any decor, but I'm going to change it up for the Valentine season. I'm just going to take a piece of kitchen towel. I let it dry for over an hour, at least more than half an hour. But if you can, let it go for an hour. And then we're going to wipe over a couple of times and just remove the wax you don't need, because I like it already a little bit to put it in some thicker piece of wax, and then later on I'm just going to go over it and remove the pieces I don't need. So I will do that, and then we're going to make a little tag for on top of here. Now our pieces are finished with some furniture wax, and of course you probably maybe are finished with your painting. I'm going to take you now along to my computer and we are going to make our own little signs for on top of here and on the sides of our little kissing booth. So come along with me. And here you see what we just made on my computer, the little Valentine for on the side and the kissing booth for on the top of our little tag for here. And I did some hearts, so we will see what I will use. But first, what I'm going to do is cut everything out. We did cut everything out. I did a couple of the hearts. I did the kissing booth for 2 times for on top of our text. We will glue on top of our house. Like I have to show it to you because he's just out of camera. Like here, like this one. And now we're going to do the Valentine on the sides of our little home. So I will go and take some mud pots and then we're going to mud pot this on top of our text. I always take a little piece of kitchen towel. I take one of my little prints. I do some mud pots on top of here, and you can use any mud pots you like. If you like to use school glue, it's also fine. Just what you have laying around or what you always use. So there's no way you have to do it one way or the other. So I'm going to take my little block and I'm try to get it in the middle of our tag like this. I show it you in a moment. And I try to let the top without some mud pot because I want to have the matte finish. And of course, if you like a little bit more of the shiny finish, then you have to let it dry and go over your print with some mud pots. But I am already loving this tag. And of course, I know you see it backwards, but that's just my telephone. In a moment you see it better. But I am really loving the black with the little bit of the rustic color brown. Now I take our little kissing booth and I'm going to do on the sides, I'm going to do Valentine like here. So I'm going to lay down my house. I know you see it a little bit in a different angle right now, but trust me, I show it to you in a moment. I do some mud pots on the word Valentine. So don't worry, you will see it in a second. I will have my mud pots on top of here and I'm going to place it on here and I will show it to you as fast as I can, but always when my camera is running everything takes always a little bit longer than I want to, like this. And you see, now we already have the sides of our kissing booth, and again you see it backwards, but don't worry, that's just my telephone. So I will do the rest and then I show you in a moment the finished result. I told you already we are going to the interview, but of course we need to do one thing I totally forgot to tell you. We are going to glue this on top of here in the front and on the back side, and I'm going to do from those little hearts I cut out, I'm going to glue one on each side of the little door, like this of course, like this, and then you are going to really see the end reveal. I have the blocks on my table, I have my placemat, so we are ready to make our, what we're going to make is, like I said, we are going to make a bench with some planters on each side. But of course, the planters you can use for any season. I have to tell you because I hear the noise right now, and I don't know if you hear the noise, but there is construction work beside my house. So I'm sorry if you hear the noise. I'm doing my best to get it out, but I don't know if you can hear it. So sorry about that. What we're going to do is going to make 4 pieces of 3 blocks first. And we are going to squeeze it and press it down like this, and remove our glue again, and we're going to do the other one. This is very easy to do, like this, squeeze and press it down. And now we already have one of our 3, and you see already this is already a little bit different in size of the blocks when they even are in the same packet. So it's always a little bit tough to get things straight, because you see already not every block is the same height. So most of them are, but not all of them. And now we're going to do the third one, like this, and press and squeeze it out. This number 2. And I'm going to do this one together with you, and the other one I will do without the camera, because or else you get very bored probably. So like this, number 3, and then we are ready for our last one, like this. I need some glue. I'm sorry, this was a little bit of a struggle with my glue. I don't know if you saw it on camera, but I had a little fight with my glue stick. Like this. And this is the last one. And also this one is a little bit shorter. What we're going to do right now, we are going to get the 4. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to glue it against each other like this, and I have to get it in the right angle, and just take a little bit of time for doing this, because then you get a nice angle, you see, like this. I'm blinding you, I'm sorry, you see. And now we're going to take the other one. We're doing a little line on the side like this, and we're going to place it against each other like this, and squeeze and press it down. And now we almost have our square. We only need to fit in this way. So we do some glue on the side, on the line of this block, and on the top of this block, like this. And now we're going to place it in between, like this and like this, and press it down. We have to get it in the right place, like this. And now we can have our square. You see, this is one of our planters. We are going to do of course a bottom. The bottom is very easy, just 3 blocks again, like this one, and we press it down again. And the last, and yeah, you see he's almost fitting, not totally on top of each other, but almost, like this. And now you can do some glue, a little bit only around the edges, so not everywhere, only around the sides. What I mean edges is just, I have to show it to you this way, just a little line on the side, like this. You see here, and this side. And now we go over to this side, like this. And then we are going to place it on top and keep it in place for a little second until it is dried up. And now you already have also your bottom, and now you have your own little planter. You can also use them just with some little succulents, if I am correct. For the spring season, you can do a little bunny on top with a little raffia, if I'm a little how you call it, faux grass or something else. But we are going to make a second one. Both of our little planters are finished, and I did make one mistake. What I was saying to you I should have done is, of course, one of the blocks always has a little mark on top of here. And what did I do? I did already the mark on the outside instead of the inside. So you see already, even an amateur as me always makes mistakes. So you see, that's really the thing. So the containers and the bench will be in the black color. So what I'm going to do, so don't make the mistake like I did. What we're going to do, we are going to take now 9 blocks and we make a row of 9. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like this. And we are going to glue them together. Of course, I need some glue again, like this. We are going to do on top of each other in the line, like this. And we're going to do the third one. And of course, this is very easy to do. Everyone can do this, like this. And we're going to do the fourth. Place it, squeeze it and press it down. And I always love making those little kind of furnitures, because it can give such a nice statement on your tray, or maybe just on a dresser or something else. But I always love those kind of little statements, like this. Press it down, remove the glue, and we are almost there. And the next one, and of course I'm doing this just because a lot of you like to see how I do it step by step. So that's why I show it to you every step, and I really love showing it to you like this, so you can see the whole process and even what's going wrong. You see already I made the mistake also, and I make a lot of mistakes, I can tell you. Believe me, I make make a lot of mistakes, because most of the time I always want to do something different than normal, because I always find things has to be unique, like this. Now we have already the bottom of our bench, and you see we have 9 of our blocks. What we're going to do, we're going to glue it. We take both of our containers, like this. I have to do with the mark on the outside. You see it probably right now. I'm going to glue on here and on this side, like this. I hope I can show it to you, like this. But don't forget, don't place it in the middle. You have to place it on the front. So not in the middle, but on the front. Because on the back side, this little piece, you still need to build your back side of your bench. So we are going to do some glue. I think I can do the glue better on this side. Just do it over here, like this. And place it on top of here. Maybe I can do it, yeah, I have to try to do it this way. Like this. And I place this as a stand. So I have to get it straight. Like this. And I show it to you in a moment when both of them are glued up. I will show it to you. Like this, and again place it up and make sure you get it in the middle of in the ending. And don't worry, I show it to you. This is what I mean. And now you have a little piece on the back side over for your stand, for your back side of your bench, like this. This is what I mean. What we're going to do right now, we are going to give them some layers. So we're going to take 2 blocks on top of each other like this, and we're going to do this on the other side, but I show it to you. So we take 2 blocks and we do on top of each other like this, and just place them like this on top of each other. This is what I mean. And now we already have the arm stands for our bench, and I do them, I think 2 high, but you can do them 3 high. You can do anything you like. I think I'm going to do them 2 high. So I need also one for the other side. Like this. And place it up on each other. And most of the time I try to do it this way, because if I do it this way, I'm not getting them straight on top of each other. So we are going to glue them again exactly on top of our little, like this. I show it to you. I need some glue again, and like this. And we are going to place it exactly on top of the other one. Like this. And we're going to do the next one. Like this. And again also exactly on top of each other. Like this. And I show it to you again, as this dried up, I will show it to you immediately. Like this. You see, this is how it's looking like right now. And it even looks like a bridge. if you see it already, this also can use by a bridge. Do some Christmas decor on it and you have your own bridge. So we're going to put away this piece of our bench. We're going to place it over here like this. And what we're going to do, because we're going to make the back side of the bench, and what I am going to try to do is just do 3 of the blocks together, but on the top of the sides I do some glue like this, squeeze it and press it down, remove the glue again, and we're going to do the other side. So we need 3. At least with the measurement of my blocks, but I think for most of them will be 3. It doesn't matter what kind of blocks, because or else your bench is also smaller if they are smaller. Like this. And I immediately will remove my glue. You see, now we have 1 of 3. what we're going to do, we take loose blocks. We are going to lay it this way. I'm going to do some glue on this one. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place them in this corner like this, exactly in this angle. This is one. Now we're going to take the second one. We are going to do again like this, but we are going to place it from the first block, but on the end of this block like this. You see, this is what I mean. Now I have to get him off my table. From the first block you do one on top and you do one on the bottom. From the second block, from this block, you will do them exactly in the middle like this. Just do some glue and you do them exactly in the middle of the block and squeeze it down again and move it like this. And from the third block we are doing the same again like we did with our first one. Just on this side we are doing one like this, and we're doing the second one on the other side. It is very easy, like this. Squeeze it and press it down, and now we're going to, you see already he's glued on my table. Now we're going to do the glue on the back side away, because we can't forget the back side. Because if you place them somewhere you can see the back side, then it wouldn't be a nice side. Like this. And now we already have our own little back side of our bench, and you can make them as crazy as you like, because I keep it very simple, but you can do anything you like. So you see, I did remove all the glue. The only thing we need to do is just place again, make one line of 3 blocks, again like you did on the top, like this. And we're going to do the last one, and then we're going to place it on the underside, because I think the ending will be a little bit more nicer to see. Because if you place this just around the back side, maybe I can show it to you like this. I don't like the back side this way, so I need also the same I have on top here. So I'm going to glue this one also under here. So I'm going to do some glue on each little top like this. And I use my glue gun, but of course you can use any glue you like. Most of the time it's always great to have glue which is like this. I have to squeeze it very hard and keep it in place for a little moment until it is dried up like this. And this is what I mean. Now I think the back side will be much nicer. The only thing what I was seeing is when I do this on the back side, I show it to you like this. This is really a great side, but if you see the front, your arms are very low. So I need also, I will show it to you. First I'm going to glue it on top of here. Let I do that first, then you can see it much better. So I'm going to do some glue. I have to look where I have to glue. Yes, I have to glue all of this. And I have to glue the tops and the sides. So take a little bit of your time, because you want to have it totally glued on top of here, because you don't want that is falling off, because there's something can happen with your glue gun. And of course I have to squeeze it and press it down like this. And keep it in place for a little moment. And now he's already on the back side like this. And I will turn it over right now. And if you see it, you see already the arms, yeah, I don't know how you call it here. In the Netherlands, we call it, again, a Dutch word of the day, armleuning. So this, where you put your arms on a couch, is an armleuning. But I think I place one on top. I think that looks a little bit nicer, and maybe even one this way. I think that looks a little bit nicer. But of course, you can do it any way you like. So I will glue one on top of here. My glue is not working with me today. I don't know what's the problem with my glue, because he's not want to work with me. So we are going to place one over here like this. And we're going to do one over here like this. But if you prefer not to do it, it's also fine too. And like this, just place it in between. Like this. Now I think he looks a little bit nicer, but I think I'm going to place this one, or you can move it a little bit sideways. It's also a thing. Maybe I can show it to you. Maybe just one a little bit more like this, but you can do it standing up like this. I have to show it to you, right? Like this. I think I am going for this look, so I'm going to do also one block on this side like this. So just do some glue on the side of the block and just place it on here and keep it in a straight line like this. And the last one, and then our bench is ready to decorate and paint, of course, everything you need to do. And I have to see if I am having it in the right space, and then I will show it to you. And I see already that I need to remove some glue, but this is already how our bench is turned out, and so easy from only a couple of tumbler tile blocks. So I'm going to get my paint. I just told you we are going to paint it and we are going to work with it, but I took my sanding tool because I am really loving to have my little bench in the furniture wax, but because there was just a little label on the back side, and I took my sanding tool and I sanded most of the little part away. It's not totally away, but when I do the wax on it, it will be vanished. And I have, before I'm going to put it in some furniture wax, I was looking at my bench on the front like this. I show it to you this way, and I still was missing a little bit of the finishing touch. I am really a strange person, because I really like a nice finish. So I am going to glue 3 blocks together again, and then we are going to place them on the front before I'm going to wax it. So just take 3 of the blocks. I am taking this away. Again, just use 3 blocks, glue them together like this. Oh, this block is damaged, so I have to use this one. So do 3 blocks together like this. This is number 1, like this. And the last, and then we're going to glue it in front of our bench. Of course, you don't have to do it, but I am just just such a strange person. I think I like the finish a little bit better, like this. And we're going to glue it just in front of our thing. Of course, I have to lower it up. I had it too high like this. So we're just going to do some glue over here and just on top of here. And we are going to glue a little bit here. And of course, my glue gun is not working with me today. I don't know why he's not working with me, but he has no like this. And now I'm going to glue it on top of here like this. And I have to squeeze it and press it down. And for me, I think the finish looks then a little bit better. This is how we will look like right now, and I think it looks a little bit more like a bench right now. So now we're really going to put it in some furniture wax. Of course, I use the very cheap brand furniture wax. You see, this is just a very, you do your furniture with. So this is very easy. And of course, just go over it. But if you like white color, more a little bit farmhouse style, do the white. If you like more schoolboard paint, do the black. Do whatever you think it's right. Of course, this is just an example or just an inspiration, just how you call it. So I will do the whole bench and then we're going to do the next step. In a moment you get the end reveal, but here you see already how he is totally into with some furniture wax. But like I said, it's just an inspiration. Do whatever you think it's right and fitting for your decor. You see here I have my Christmas trees, so it's very easy to place one Christmas tree inside of here and one over here. And it gives already a nice Christmassy feeling. Of course, you can do it also for the coming Valentine. Then you place your little trees outside. Do some, I have here some hydrangeas. Just place them inside of here and one inside of here. Maybe a little sign on the bench or something else. And then I have to show it to you this way. And you can change it up any season you like. But for now, in a moment, you see really the end reveal of our own made from Tumbling towel blocks, our the blocks are ready. I hope you also have your blocks on your table. What we're going to do right now, before we're going to make the underside of our bunny, we are going to get 4 blocks and we are going to glue the sides of the blocks like this, and we're going to squeeze them together like this, and we're going to do the other side like this. And again, squeeze it together. And we could do the last one of this block, because we need 2 blocks of 4, like this. This is already one piece. Now we're going to do the second one. This will be the middle part of the bunny. Is under, yeah, how do you call this? Underside of his frame. I don't know how you call it in English. At least you know what I mean. This will be at least the underside. And the last one, like this. Squeeze it again and remove the glue immediately, like this. We have already 2. What we're going to do now, we need 2 of 3, like this. And we're going to glue it together and press it on and removing the glue again. And the last of this block, like this, and again squeeze it, press it down, and this will be the one of number 3. Again, the last one for the underside. We are going to take this one, squeeze it and press it down. And the last one, of course, if anyone is looking and he is thinking, oh, this is so boring, I totally understand. If you don't like to see how I make it, please, I always say, skip forward and look the part which one you like. But of course, I hope you stay on for the chaos and the laughter. At least I hope that you stay. So we already have 2 of 4. What we're going to do, we are going to glue the parts against each other. First the 2 pieces of number 4 like this, place them and press it down like this, so you have 2 on top of each other like this. And now we're going to do this one in the front side. So again, we do some glue over here, and especially also in the corners like this, and we are going to place it on top of here, but in the middle like this. Press it down and squeeze it, and now you already have one with 3 on the front. And now we're going to do the other one on this side, and again, of course, take the corners first and then fill it up with your glue gun like this, and again place it in the middle again. Especially try to get all 3 parts against each other like this. You see, now we already have the underside of our bunny. Of course you need some feet, but we do that later. But first, this is the under part. Now we go over to the top of the bunny, his body. We are going to do 3 blocks, and again like this, squeeze it and press it down. And we're going to do the second one. Of course, press it down. I already have stuck in my glue like this, but for this one we only use 1 of 3, so not the same we did with this one. The middle we did 4, 2 pieces of 4, and then 3 on each side. But with this one we only need in the middle 1 of 3. And now we're going to do 2 pieces of 2 like this. That will be also the front and the back side like this. This is one. We're going to do the other one like this, and we place it against each other like this. And we do the same like we did with the body. Of course, you see already I have to remove the glue, because or else he doesn't fit very nicely on top of each other. So that's what I mean. Just try always to get your, I need some glue. Try always to get your glue away, and in the corners like here and on each side. And we're going to place it again in the middle on top of here like this. You see, 1 of 3, and the 2 we do on this side, and the other one will be on the other side. Like this. And we are going to place it against each other on the same height. Of course, squeeze it, press it down like this. And now we have the top of the bunny. And I know if you see it, you think is it a bunny? But believe me, later on, at least I hope it will look like a bunny. So we are going to glue the top like this, and here on top of here, and place it over here, and be sure that you have it exactly in the middle. And then you get the first body of your bunny. If I look at right now, I don't know if it will look like a bunny, but I hope that it will. So we are going to do the next step. The next step will be some ears, and of course I'm taking 2 of my blocks again. And you see already I did some trying out to make the ears, because of course you can do just a little block on top of here, but I don't think that will be the greatest side. But of course, if you want to do it, you can do 2 ears like this. But I'm going to try to, with my jigsaw, and you can also use a handsaw, to make the sides a little bit offline. So I showed you, so just a little line like this, so the ears go a little bit sideways on top of his head. And this one I'm going to go for a little round. And of course, if you like a point better like this, it's also fine. But I was looking with this one, but yeah, it doesn't seem so soft. I don't know how you say it exactly in English, but this looks a little bit yeah, I don't cozy. I don't know how you say it. Let me know in the comments down below how you say if it looks a little bit here in the Netherlands we call it zacht. So Dutch word of the day in this video is of course zacht. That means that it is soft. Of course, I'm going to cut out this part and this part, and then we're going to look if it is looking the way I have it in my head. So we will see how this will turn out. And here you see already, these are my ears, a little bit on the underside of a line and a little bit of the rounding. Of course, I was thinking later, if you don't have a jigsaw or just a saw, you also can use a sanding tool and just sand the blocks around. It takes a little bit longer, but you still can do it. And what I have right now, you see already, if I do the ears like this, now they are going sideways on top of our bunny like this. And now I think it looks even more like a bunny. We are going to glue this on top of the middle of the blocks like this. And I do it a little out of line like this. I show it to you in a moment. You see, and this is how he's looking like this. Not totally exactly next to each other, but a little bit off each other. So I'm going to do some glue on this side, and then we are going to glue it. I have to be sure where I place it because you can change it up very easily like this. And you see, now we already have the parts of our bunny. The only thing we need is of course the feet, and I'm going to use 2 blocks, but of course you see already now he has square feet, and a bunny doesn't have square feet. So again, what we're going to do, I'm going to take my pencil and I'm just going to draw a little rounding like this to give it round feet on the front. I show it to you in a moment. And I am not a great drawer, so bear with me. So I'm going to cut off this piece and then we're going to glue it on under our bunny. And here you have already our feet of our bunnies. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue them on the underside like here and totally on the back side like this. And now he does get little feet, so I have to be sure if I do it like this, I have to do some glue under here, like a line until the front. And I'm going to place my block over here like this. I have to be, and this is how he's looking like. This is already 1 feet. Now I need to do the other one. Of course, some glue over here and lay down the other feet inside like this. And of course I have to squeeze it real hard and remove the glue again like this. And now we already have our bunny feet also. But if you have a better way or a different way, just go ahead. I always say this is just an inspiration, so go ahead and make it the way you think it's right. But he can now stand up very nicely. Before we go further with this bunny, I am going to make a second one because I think he is so cute. So I am going to make a second one and then we're going to decorate the bunny further. You see already, now we have two cute little bunnies. What we're going to do, I'm going to do mine like you probably used to in the furniture wax, because I have everything in the rusty color in here. So I'm going to take my very cheap rent, I always say, from some furniture wax. But if you like, of course, a little bit of the white color, red color, any color you like, or maybe little yellow, at least light yellow, that's what I mean. So I'm going to give this a rustic look. So I will do both of them and then we're going to do the next step. Both of the bunnies are with the furniture wax, and I did the furniture wax a little bit thicker. So, and now I'm going to remove the wax I don't need, which is too much. I'm going to wipe over and get all the wax off because I like the color then a little bit better. He's then a little bit darker. So like this, so I will do both of them and then we're going to give it a little face. The bunnies are totally wiped up. What we're going to need, of course, we need a nose over here. So I'm going to get my bag. You see already my bag I always have in my stash with some wooden beads and buttons and everything else. So I'm going to take a bead. I think I need a little bit bigger than this one. But of course you can use any bead you like. And on that bead, because we need the openings to give it some hairs. So I'm going to find two of the little bigger one beads. I did find my bead. You see, this is a bigger one. And what I did, because the openings were a little bit small, I take my scissor, I take the smallest part of my scissor and I'm just going inside of the bead and just turn it over a couple of times so the opening will be a little bit bigger, so I can do my twine a little bit easier through the bead like this. So I'm going to take my twine, and this is what the twine I use. It's a little bit it's not thick and it isn't thin, so a little bit in between, and I'm going to fold it 4 times like this. And now I'm going to get the ends like this and I'm going to twist it around like this, keep it in my fingers, and I'm going to place it inside of the bead, and then I'm going to turn it over and try to get it through my bead. And of course it takes a little time, but take your time, and you see already he is coming through like this. And now I try to push it through. Of course I need to get it a little bit further. There he is, like this. And now I'm going to cut it off like, and of course this will be a little bit of the longer snore hairs. If we do it this way, of course we are going to cut off, make them as long as you want. If you don't want to have them that long, it's also fine. Do whatever what is your privilege, how you call it, at least the way you want to have it. And of course we are going to glue it on top of here, but before we're going to do that, we are going to look for some eyes. You see, I did some eyes on top of here and I am looking which one I like the best. I think I'm going for the bigger ones, at least instead of the smaller ones, because I find them a little bit more cute for a bunny. So I take 2 of them, and these are very easy eyes. You just peel off on the back side the paper bag, and then it is a sticker, so you can easily put this on top of your bunny. At least if my nails are working with me, like this, and then you can easily glue it on top of here like this and press it a little bit down. Take the other one, and of course I will place them against each other like this. Of course, always when the camera is running, everything takes so much time. of course, I'm going to place them a little bit in between, like this. And I squeeze them on top of here. You see already, I think the eyes are very cute, but of course, if you are a great drawer or painter, how you call it, and you can paint the eyes for yourself, of course, go ahead. But I'm really a bad drawer with some eyes and faces, nose. So, but if you are really good in it, then you can, of course, do it with some paint. And now we are going to glue the nose in between here. I have placed the eyes on top of both of the bunnies. And now, like I said, we are going to glue this in between. And I take this bead, but of course, maybe the other time, maybe I will saw this one in half, and maybe I will do a half. I don't know how I will like it or not. So I will place one in between, like here. Just do some glue a little bit on here and just try to place it wherever you want to have it, like this. I have to look if I have him on the size I need, like here. I have to look if I am having it on the same. And of course, we have to work a little bit with his hairs. And now the only thing we need is just a nice little a ribbon around it. On my table I have 3 things you can use as, of course, as a ribbon. I have one of the creamy color ribbon. I have one with the yellow plaid with white. And of course you can also choose for some couple of turns with some twine. But I did the creamy one and I did the yellow one. But I am really in love with the yellow one. So I will do both of them with the yellow little ribbon. I think this is much more easier than the other one. But if you have more new to decor, you can also go for the creamy color. And if you have even a better ribbon, then you can choose, of course, your own ribbon. So, but I'm going to do this one also with the yellow, and then you see the end reveal. I know you will see the end reveal in a moment, but I was playing around and I just made also a little cute bow on top of his ears. If you want to see how I made this bow, this is so easy. I think I showed you very fast. Just don't take your 4 fingers, but take 3, because you want to have a little small bow. Turn it around a couple of times, keep it off your fingers like this, squeeze it in the middle, just turn over a couple of times in the middle like this. It's very easy. Just cut it off, take your scissor, cut off over here, do a little bit of glue in the middle, place your ending of the twine over it, keep it in place for a second until it is dried up. And now you already have your own little bow. Just work with, just turn the loops out of each other like this and like this. So you get a nice little bow. And now you can glue it, of course, on the side of the ear. And I am really loving those little bows. But now you really see that. I have my tumbling towel blocks, I have my glue gun, and I have my glue stick. So we are ready to start the base of our truck. And like I said earlier, I already made a truck, but I have to be honest, this was not one of my greatest things. And most of the time I didn't come out with the blocks, and I hope I found now an easier way just to make a simple base of a farmhouse truck so you can decorate it any way you like. So what we're going to do, we are going to start with, of course, 2 blocks of 4. So I take 4 of my blocks and I'm going to remove a little piece of the glue and take the sides of your block and again just do some glue over here and do enough, because we don't want that it falls out of each other. And if you want to be certain, maybe you better can use some wood glue. That's always better than your glue gum. But I do it because it is fast and I want to do it fast for you, or else my videos will even take longer than they are already, and they are already long right now. So don't worry, I won't use the wood glue too much, so you don't have to take too much of your time. And we are going to make a second one with 4, because we are going to make first the back side of our truck. At least this is the way I'm going to try it, because others are, or else it will be one big mess, at least for me. And like this, this is number 3. And now we're going to do number 4. And like this, squeeze it and press it down. And you see already, like I show you most of the time, but if you're new here and you also are going to start making DIYs with blocks, you see already, if you see this one, you see this is a little bit higher than the other one. So you always have a kind of different sizes of blocks, even when they are at the same package. So don't worry, a lot of us have the same problem. So we are going to look if we get it fitting, and be sure that every glue is away if you want to have it glued next nicely to each other like this. And this is not the greatest one, so I'm going for this size. So just check it out before you glue it, just like this, and place them to each other and press them down like this. Then we already have the bottom of the back side of our truck. Just simple 8 blocks on each other. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make 4 blocks of 2. This is 1, and of course press and squeeze it down. Oh, he was already escaping from me. This is number 2, like this, and squeeze and press it down. I have to say this package is really much different. You see already, this one is also much bigger, so we will see how this will turn out. We have to work with it because that's just only the blocks. We don't do nothing about it. Of course, maybe when you buy more expensive blocks, then the blocks hopefully will be much better because you pay a lot more money for it. But that's not my thing. I like to DIY, but always on a budget, so I don't like to pay too much. And I always say you can make cheaper pieces also in high end, so it's just what you do with it. You see, I already have 2 for this size. I already have 2 for this size, and you see already we have an opening. So we are going to do again 2 of 2. So not 4, but I should have said you have to make 6 of 2. That would be a little bit more easier for you. So like this. And now we do the 6th of 4 of 2 like this. And now we also have the middle parts for it like this. So what I'm going to do, because I want to be sure that everything is glued nicely together, I'm going to start with 1 like this, squeeze them together like this, and remove your glue. This is one part, and now we're going to get the other one, but I'm going to glue it inside. So take some glue like this and squeeze it like this and keep them in the same place and keep it fitting nicely like this. And now we take again 2 blocks of 2, glue them together like this, and you see already this is the side for this one. But before we're going to glue it, we are going to glue first this one, or else we have too much trouble to get this one inside. So I don't want to make that mistake, and even when I did, I already make the mistakes for you. That's always better than you are making the mistakes. So you can make them very easily yourself. It's always better that someone else is making the mistakes and not you. So like this. And most of the time I have things in my head, it's always changing by the minute, because maybe I have too much fantasy in my head. That's also possible. Like this. Now I'm going to, I think it feels like this. You see, I had some glue under it. And now I'm going to do some glue on this side. Of course, my glue stick is already. And I'm going to do some glue on this side and some glue on this side, like here. And we are going to place this piece against each other like this. Squeeze and press it down so you get a nice, it's not totally a square, but you see, this is what you get. You get just a top of an, yeah, how you call this? Here in the Netherlands we say rechthoek. So the Dutch word of this video is, of course, the Dutch word of this day is rechthoek. That means it's a little bit off like a square, because if you would do it then it would be a square. But it's, let me know in the comments how you call it. Of course, I can look it up. And I'm going to glue the top on here like this. And do some glue over here and over here. And we are going to place it on top of our bottom of our little backside of the truck. Like this. You see, now you already have the backside of your truck. And I see already here is some glue we need to work away like this. So we are going to put this aside, and then we're going to make the middle piece of the truck. For the middle part of our truck, we are going to make first one with 4 like this. And I have to, of course, the glue is coming out again like this. And I'm going to do the third one like this. And like I always say in every DIY, if you don't want to see how I make it, you are so free to skip forward, of course, because I don't want to take over your precious time, because I know time is precious sometimes. So, but of course, I hope you stay and you enjoy what you see. I have to lay it this way. Now I'm going to take 4 of 2, because we are going to do it in parts. Like this, again on the smaller side of the blocks, and again squeeze it and press it down like this. I have to be this way. We are going to do a second one, and like this, and remove the glue like this. And if you also already made a truck like this, let me know. And maybe you can send me a picture if you already made one, because I love to see what your decoration and your decor is. So if you don't mind, and you don't mind if I show it to on my channel, of course, then I hope you mail it to us, to Deco Easy, or on this channel, All About Christmas. You'll find the links, of course, in our description box. And also in our description box, you will find the free printables. So I have the middle part, and I'm going to glue, again, make a square. Before I glue it on top of here, I'm going to place it down like this. I'm going to do this one in front, and I'm going to do this one on here, and this one on here. So first we make a nice little kind of a square like this. Again, place it against each other like this. And of course I have to be sure that I glue it right. And I'm going to glue this one on the side over here and just place it against. Of course, I have to be sure that I do it the right way. And you see already I have to turn it like this. And place and squeeze like this. And now we're going to do this side. Of course, we still need to get it in like here, and then we can place it in. You see already, when I was talking and gluing is not the greatest thing. What I should have done, of course, I should have done first this one and then this one on the top. But I did it on the wrong side. So I just hope that I can squeeze it in like this. I'm just going to do my best, but don't make the same mistake like I did. Just be sure and glue it on the right way, not the way I did it. And like this, I have to be sure that I have a nice square. And you see, I have to remove all the glue because I messed up so badly on the side. So I have to get it off and then we go glue it on top of here. So I did get it in, I did remove the glue, but like I said, this was a failure on my side. So go ahead, make not this mistake. So I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to glue the underside. And of course, like this. And place it on top of the 4 we just made. This way, and again place it on top of here and squeeze it and press it down like this and keep it in place for a couple of seconds until it is dried up. And then you already have a middle piece of your truck, and of course this will be the place where normally the driver would be. And you see already, if you place them together, it already looks a little bit like like boxes. Of course, we hope that it will look like a truck. What we're going to do, we are going to make one of 3 blocks like this, and it will be a part of the roof. And this is 1. And we are going to do the second one like this. And squeeze it and press it down. And this is already part of the roof, which we will use later. And of course, I need 4 loose blocks, so really separate from each other. And what I'm going to do first, I'm going to glue 1. I have to do it right. I have to glue 1 on this side, and I have to glue 1 extra on this side, like this. So I'm going to do on this line. I can show it to you in a moment. Don't worry, I will show you. I have to glue this one exactly on the other one. So I have to look right, so I don't miss out on the placing I want to have it. Like this. And I show it to you now. You see, he is exactly in the middle of this one. So you have it this way in front of you. Now we're going to place 1 block also again in the top of this one. Again, do some glue on it like this, and place also this one exactly in the middle on top of the other one, like this. And also squeeze it and press it down. You see, this is how he is looking like this. And I'm going to go further. Now we're going to go for our roof, and our roof will be 1 over here, 1 over here, 1 over here, 1 over here, and then we're going to place it on top of it. And then I hope, if everything looks okay, then I hope I will have the top of the truck. I have no idea how it will look like, so we will see how this will turn out. So again, do some glue on this side and on this side. And now we're going to place it down. I have to do it this way in front of you, like this. I have this one lay down and this one, of course, like here. And we have to place it on here and this one on here. And squeeze it and press it down like this. And this is what you get. You see? Very simple. Just glue it on the sides. And now we're going to do the other side, this one and this one also. And we take 2 blocks and again squeeze it like this and on this side, squeeze it like this. And I have to be right that I have it on the right direction like this and press it down. And now I hope I have a nice roof, but we will see if everything is fitting on top of here. So I have to squeeze a little bit to get it in, of course, like this and like this. And I have to remove the top. You see, this is already one piece of our, also it looks a little bit funny, but probably when you place this one in front of it, it already looks a little bit more like a truck. So now I will place the roof on top like this. And of course, I hope that it will stay in place. And of course, if you have another way to do it, it's also fine. This is just my way of gluing it. But of course, you can do anything you like. Of course, I have to remove it and keep it in place until it is on here like this. And press it down. And now I really hope when I take my hands away that it's on the on the right place. And you see, this is the little front of our truck. It looks, like I said, it looks different. But believe me, it will look okay. So then we do the front side. For the front side of the truck, we are going to make again one of 4. And of course, that will be the part where normally the motor would be. So just do 4. And of course, like I always say, this is just an inspiration. If you have something else you like better on top of it there, or maybe one block on a different size of something else, just go ahead. Like I always say, you have to give your own twist on it. This is just an inspiration for you to try one for yourself, but you can change them up any way you like. And this is number 4. And this will be the bottom, like this. And now we're making again a one of 4 for the top of the motor place, like this. I don't know if you call it in English also, and here in the net we call it motor cup, the top. But I don't know if you call it in English different. So like this. And now the last block of 4, like this. And then we already have also the top. So the bottom and the top. And now we need only 4 pieces of 2. And of course I have to glue them right like this. Just squeeze them together like this. And this too. And we are almost there. And then you have the most of my talking behind you. So then you can relax. Then I am keeping quiet. Then it won't be too much anymore. So like this. And number 3 of 2. And now we're going for the last number 1 of 2, like this, and the sides. Now we're going to build it together. Of course, we are going to make a nice square again, like this. Of course, I have to look that I don't do it the wrong way. Like this. You have to go this way, and this will be in between, like this. Of course, I have to keep it this way. I have it totally wrong. So I'm going to glue this one on this side. Of course, I have to look that I am doing it right, because or else I have to get it off like this. And you see, this is already a one part. And now we're going to glue this part. And if I am measure out right, it will fit. But of course, I don't want to make the same mistake like I did with the middle part where the driver is sitting. So I'm going to glue this part also again first on top of here, like this. And then we're going to close it up with this part like this. So then we do some glue on this side and on this side. And we close it. Of course, my glue gun is walking away from me like this. But a lot of you already know, with me it's always one big chaos. You see, you have again a nice block, and we are going to place it again on top of here. Just do some glue over here, and we are going to do some glue over here, and now we hoping that everything will fit all right. And again, squeeze it and press it down like this, and keep it a couple of seconds pressed down. And now we're going to make the top. Of course, he is totally fitting on here. So again, we are going to get the top with some glue, and we're going to glue this piece and this side like this, and again place the top of it, and of course press and squeeze it like this. And I always feel immediately if there's a lot of glue which is coming out, then I have to remove it like this. And now we get a nice little box. It looks a lot more like a box, like this. And you see here already, this is what I still need to remove, because if I do my furniture bags later on it, or some paint, maybe I paint it in the black color, I don't know yet, but I also have a truck in the black color. I bought that already years ago. So I'm going to do this one over here, and this one in front of here, like this. Now we already have a little view how our truck would be, and it already looks a little bit like a truck. We only need some wheels and maybe some little I don't know, lining around it. I have to look how you call that. I have the 3 parts of our truck, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to use some wood glue and some glue of my glue gun, because I want to be sure that everything is gluing very sturdy on top of each other. So maybe I will just use only wood glue, we will see. But I'm doing some wood glue on top of here and let it dry for a little moment like this. And just do the middle, don't forget the middle like this, and also the sides, and let it dry. And I'm going to do this top like this and this way, and just let it dry for a couple of minutes, of as long as it is looking of standing on top of your wood glue. Every wood glue is different. So I let it dry for a couple of minutes. And voila, you see already the base is in each other. And of course I did press the button for taking it up. So I took the 2 parts and just glue it together. But that part, I thought I did press the button, but I didn't. So the camera didn't take it on. So I'm sorry about that, but it's very easy. You see, this is just 1, 2, 3 parts, and just squeeze it together, and you have your wood glue on top of here. So you see, this is already the base of our truck. And I know now we go further to build it up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take at least 1 block like this, and I'm only using 1 to do exactly in the middle of this too, like this. So it gives a little bit more like not totally a flat piece on here, but a little bit yeah, like a bow. Yeah, how you call it in, I don't know how you call it here in English. So, but of course, what I was also showing you, you can do maybe if you like 2 pieces and then 1 on top of here like this. I have to look for this one like this. So you can do 3 of them. If you like this a little bit better on the front of your truck, this is also very nice too. So you can choose anything you like, and I think I'm going for the 1 piece like this. But of course, choose anything you like. So I'm going to glue this on top of here. Just do some glue on the back side like this, and just glue it on here. And I will do it exactly in the middle like this, and squeeze it down. This is already 1. And what I'm going to do now, I did a lot of you who were following me already for a long time, I asked my husband to to make a package of the tumbling tower blocks and just cut them all in halves. So I have a whole box with pieces in half. So that's always very nice, because for my hands, normally I would do it myself, but what I have in my hand, I try to, you don't get the smaller blocks, and in half, that is for me a little bit too small. So that wouldn't be the greatest, and then a whole pack, that wouldn't be a great idea. So I have here two, like this. And what I'm going to do, of course, you can round them a little bit. I'm going to take a marker and I'm going to do with silver a little piece inside, but I'll show you that in a minute. I found the color that I am going to use in the black color, and I'm going to use the lighter gray because I have to try to that it looks like a mirror. So I'm taking the lighter gray, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make inside, I'm just going to, and this is very light because I almost don't see it. So it is very light. I don't know if this will work or not, so we will see. This is very light. So I'm going to just make a simple, yeah, and it's not totally a square. I showed you in a moment. I'm almost done. Then you have probably a little idea what I will make. It will be a mirror of the truck on the sides of the door. So this is a little bit how it would look, but I don't know if I will darken it up a little bit, but we will see. But of course later on the rest will be waxed, but I think I'd leave it with this color. It's a little bit lighter color, but you can choose any color you like. You see, I colored both of them. I don't know if this will be a success or not, if it looks like mirrors. We will see later when it's waxed up. I don't know. I have my thoughts about it, so but we will see. I'm going to do some glue on the side like this, and I'm going to place them in the middle of the first block in front of the motor piece like this, and I have to look if I have it in the right spot like this. This is one, and I'm going to try the other one exactly on the same height, but that always is a little bit of a task. So we will see how this will turn out. So I have to look if I have them a little bit on the same. And I am lucky. He is really, he's on the same side, like this. So now we already have the mirrors, and I know they are, from my side, when I see it in the camera, it looks a little big, but no matter, we will see how this will turn out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to fill it with the back side. And of course, you even can make a half of this block. So, but don't worry, maybe later you will say it looks okay. So we will see. I think I'm going to lay again a couple of my half blocks. One over here probably, and one over here, and one over here, and one over here. And I'm going to take some bigger blocks like this, and I will glue them probably together like this, and then I'm going to glue them on this side over here. So it's very easy to make. So I'm going to take two bigger blocks, glue the end tops, squeeze them together like this, and remove your glue. And what we're going to do, we're going to take a half block and we're going to glue it exactly on top of this one, like this. And we're going to do another half, and we're going to glue it on this side, exactly on the, and then you get this. It's a very easy, two blocks and one on the, if you look at this way, it's just like some step thing where you use also for when you are doing sports. You can step it up, but at least we are going to glue this one on here, and then it will look like it has a little of rails on the side like this. I have to squeeze it back a little bit, but that gives a strange look to you, like this. So I'm going to make the second one. We got both of our railings finished. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to take some glue on this side of our truck and on this side, just a little piece. And then we are going to glue it on top of here, but totally at the ending, like this. And of course I have to find that I have it in the right spot, like this, like this. And you see, this is how he's looking like. I will show it to you right now. And on the back side he looks a little bit like this. You have kind of spoilers outside. I don't know if I call it right. At least I call it spoilers. I will do the other one. My second one is also on top of here, and this is how he's looking like on the back side. And of course you can decorate it any way you like, because it's your design and your car of truck, so do it any way you like. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take some wooden rounds and I'm going to make some wheels. For the wheels of the truck, my idea was to use this kind of wooden slices. This is just hobby slices, so you can buy them anywhere. I always order them online, but you see already, when I would place them over here, they are so big. So that wouldn't be a great thing. So what I was thinking, maybe if I take 3 tumbling towel blocks, glue them together and just made a round on it. And then I hope they don't fall apart, because the glue from you can use wood glue of course, but then it takes a little bit more longer. So I did 3 of my tumbling towel blocks, glue them like this, together with my glue gun, so we get a nice square. And I made with my round on top of here, I made this one, and on this side one, and on this side, and then I got a totally round piece. And this is how they turned out. And now I also have a thicker wheel, so I did take out my jigsaw and I saw this one out, and it still did stay on top of each other. I thought this will break apart, because like I said, the glue of the glue gun is not the greatest. So, but it didn't fall apart, so it is still in one tact. So if you have not laying around a little bit of the thicker slices or something else, 3 tumbling towel blocks just like this, glue them together in a square, and then make a round on it and just saw it out. And I used my jigsaw, but you also can use a hand saw just to saw it out. And now they are a little bit more fitting for our truck. And even when I see my truck in the thing, it still looks on camera not a truck. When I see it in real life, it looks like a truck already. But when I see it on camera, I think you're thinking, what is that? But believe me, trust me, it will look like a truck. I took out my placemats with this for the painting, and I took some black schoolboard paint, and I am going to paint them black. And you see already I have 5 wheels, but of course this was a failure, but I'm going to use it as a spare tire on our truck. So this is just an experiment. I don't know how it will turn out, but we will see that later. So if you have one with is not the greatest, just keep it, don't throw it away. And we're just going to look for how we can use it in our truck. So don't always throw things away. You think there's not you can't use it, but most of the time you still can use it. So I will paint all 5 of them. I painted all 5 of them in the black color, and what I did, I tried out with my gray marker to make a middle piece in the tire. But I don't know if I like this better, or maybe I just do one gray line around it. I hope you can see it a little bit, because it's still not totally dry. So I think I'm going for only a little center of gray over here, just like this. But of course, if you like a totally gray piece in the middle, it's also fine too. You can choose anything you like. So I will make this with my marker, but you can also do it with some paint. I have all my wheels with a little of the gray line, and I think that fits a little bit more with my truck, but go ahead, take any color you like. And of course I'm laying this aside, and what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to get my truck and I'm going to give it a furniture wax. I use a very cheap brand furniture wax always, so you can buy them anywhere you like. And I'm going to do this with some rustic color, because it's a little bit more of the darker brown color, if you can see it. Of course you can do it in a little bit lighter color, but I do it in this color. And then we will see already how he will change up only when you do some wax on top of here. Because now he's still not looking really like, like a truck on your side. But on my side he looks already a little bit better. So I will do the whole truck and then we're going to glue the wheels on top of here. Already our truck is totally in the furniture wax. What we're going to do, I'm going to take a piece of kitchen towel and I wipe away the wax we don't need, because we like a little smooth truck and not a really truck which is sticking all over with the wax. So we are going to make it smooth with a little piece of kitchen towel. I changed up a little bit of my tires because I only made a gray round around here. And I thought it didn't look totally like a tire. So what I did, I just did some cross over here and like this and like this. Very simple. And now I think it looks really more like a tire. And I used my metallic silver color. But of course, you can change it up with any color you like. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue now the tires on top of here. And we use the one which is a mix-up, like this one. We are going to glue on the back side of our truck. Getting the tires on the right angle is always a little bit difficult, because you always do your best to keep it in the place you're going to need. So I'm doing some glue over here. I'm just going to place it like here. And now I'm going to get my wheel and I'm going to try to get it a little bit even like this. And I'm only placing first one like this. Keep it in place. And now we're going to measure out a little bit where I want to have the second one. Of course, also do some glue over here like this. And you do enough, because there's wax under it and most of the time then your wheel is breaking off. And so try to get it on the same length like you have your other tire. And I have to look, so I hope. Then when I place it, place it down, he doesn't wobble. So we will see how this will turn out. I will do the other two. And the truck is standing on his feet. You see already? Now we're going to do the back side and we are going to glue this piece on the back side like an extra wear tire. And of course you can place it anywhere you like. Of course you can also place it on the back side over here. So I was still debating if I do it here or if I will do it here. You see already I did the wheels and of course the back side wheel on top of our truck. But I was looking at my truck at the front side and I don't like it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take one block. I'm going to glue it in the middle of this middle block like this over here. And then I'm going to do two little rounds as lights on top of here. But first I'm going to put it in some furniture wax and then I'm going to glue it on top of here. And then we're going to do the lights. And I don't know if I do the lights the regular way, just like white lights, or maybe I do it in the black color. I have to see. So, but I didn't like it this way, so I just used one block. So I'm going to do some glue, of course, like this, on top of here. And like I said, I'm going to place it. I have to look, of course, in the middle of this too. Like this. I have to make sure that I have it on the right place. Like this. And I show it to you right now. And I'm going to do it in some furniture wax. And then we're going to do the lights and then he will be finished and ready to decorate. And you see, this is the front now of our truck, and of course I did the little piece of wood, of course one tumbling tower block. I did the little rounds on top of here. This is very simple wooden rounds, and of course you can use a piece of cardboard. It doesn't matter, it just as long as a little round. I'm still debating if I am doing it with a little bit of the gray metallic or totally in the black. I will have to debate, but if you want to look at more real, then you have to of course go for a little bit of the lighter yellow. That looks really like headlights. But this is for me a decor piece, so for me it doesn't matter if it's totally fitting and the right way. So I just take it as a nice piece for my decor. In a moment you see the end reveal, and of course I show you also then a little bit how you can do your truck on the Before we're going to do the bottom of our telephone booth, of course we are going to do the sides, because I want to make sure that I have first the sides before I'm going to make my bottom, that I have them big enough. So we are going to start very easy. Just do a little bit of glue on the top, and we are going to squeeze them. I have to get used to a little bit like this size of blocks, because I'm going to do always with the bigger one. So for me this is a little bit different. Like this, and this is already one. We are going to make another one, and this is number 2, and remove the glue immediately, and we're going to do another one, and this will be number 3. I must say, from the smaller blocks the sizes are much better than I have the sizes from the bigger blocks, because they are so not correct, because most of the time I have so many different kind of blocks in one piece. So you see, I'm going to glue this one. Now we will have the first start of this side. What I'm going to do is very easy. I'm going to take one block, and again some glue on the top, and I'm going to glue it on this side, and this way we are going to glue one on this side, and again try to get it as even as you can. And we are going to do we're going to do one, and we are going to do in the middle of these two, so one over here and one over here, like this. This is already one, and we are going to do the other one, and then if everything is correct we get 3 windows. You see, 1, 2, 3. So this is already the first side of the base, and at least if I get it off my table, yes, here it is. So I can show it to you. This is already the first part, at least the bottom part, and I feel already some glue, so I'm going to buzz it up and get it out. And now we're going to build further. What we're going to do again, which is so easy, just do some glue on the top. You can glue them together like this, and we do again on the top, and we are going to glue this one also together, and we get it off. We move our glue, because or else it doesn't fit on the side. So what I'm going to do, it's very easy. Just do some glue over here, and over here, and lay your 3 pieces like this against each other. This way, squeeze it and press it down, and keep it in place until your glue is dried up. And like this. And you see, now you already get another piece. And now we're going to build it up and up and until we have 6 high. So it is a very high. It is not a very high English telephone booth, but I think 6 windows on top. I hope that it is not too big. So, but we will see how this is. So the next step is very easy. Just do some glue on the top, and again place it over here, just like this. And remove your glue again. We're going to do another one. And of course, if this is boring you, I totally understand, and just go ahead and skip forward and do look what you want to look of this DIY. But of course, I really hope you are doing this together with me, and so we can do it step by step. And we are going to place this one over here, and I was already counting down. I don't going to do 6 high because that is really much too high to fit into your decor. So I'm going to go for 4 high. And again, this one. And now we're going to do 3 blocks. We are going to glue them together like this. And the third one. And again, glue it together. And remove your glue again. And this is just a little more work because it is very time consuming. At least, I don't know how you call it. At least it takes a little bit of your time. Again, do some glue. If you get your DIY of your table, like me, do some glue on this side, on this top, and this top. And I will do this one still together with you, but then we're going to do, and we are going to press it down like this. And I'm going to do the other 2 out of camera, at least a little bit faster. You see, now we already have almost a 1 frame finished, but I'm going to do on the top side, I'm going to get again 3 blocks like this, the same like we have on the bottom, and again number 3. And I do it with some glue from my glue gun because this is working faster. But of course, normally I would do it with some wood glue because that is much more sturdier than this wood from your glue gun, because this is really not the greatest to work with, but of course it works fast. Like this, I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to glue it on the top of our frame. Just keep it down and press it down this way. Now we have the same like we have on the bottom. So this is very easy. I have to show it to you. I go backwards. This is better this way. I'm going to make 3 of them, and then we're going to do the 4 sides, but we are going to do that a little different. You see here I have my 3 panels. This will be the front side and 2 of the sides, and the back side we are going to make totally with blocks because I want to have a nice sturdy background, and on that background will be a telephone because it is a telephone booth. So of course we have our 3 panels. We are going to lay it beside, and we are going to make 1 block of 3, but of course it won't be 3, it will be a little bit more than 3. This will be, if I do it in the fast forward, maybe then it will be very easy and fast, but of course I make 3 of this one. And what I'm going to do, this is the base, but I'm going to build 19 of 3 above. So we are just going to build it up and up and up like this, and we're going to go for 19 high. And you see we have our front, our back, our sides. And what we're going to do right now, first we're going to make a bottom. The bottom from our telephone booth will be a row of 10. So it's very easy, just lay them beside each other, 10 pieces, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So very easy, just do a row of 10 like this. And you also can do, like I said, I'm doing with some glue, this glue, but you can also do it with your glue of your. And I'm going to place it against each other, and we're going to do the next one. And again, squeeze it and press it down. And number 4, and just glue them together. It's so easy. Make sure that you have a straight line. And number 5. And we are going for number 6. And this will be number 6. I am sorry it takes a little bit more of your blocks because I use the smaller blocks, so you have more blocks needed. So I think you 2 or 3 packages, but I'm sorry. So I know it is a little bit more blocks than we normally use for our DIYs, but at the end we will see how our telephone booth is looking like and if he is worth it to use 3 boxes of blocks. You see, this is a number 10. We have a row of 10 and we are going to make 4 rows of 10 for the bottom. You see, we have our bottom is finished, just 4 rows of 10. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make under the rows little feet. I'm going to do it this way. Just do some glue on the top of your block. Place this one against this way. I will show it to you in a moment. It's better that I explain it to you in English. So just like this, just a nice hook. And we are going to glue this on here. I have to look where my surface is the flattest because I use that on the top. So I'm going to do this one, just do some glue on this way, and we're going to place it in this corner like this. Now we're going to take a second one, just do some glue on the top, and we're going to place this one over here. Squeeze it, press it down. And you see already, I made already my first mistake. You see what I did? I did it in a flat way, and of course I should have done it standing up. So you see, this is also things that go wrong in your DIYing, and I always love to show you everything what is going with a DIY. That can also be a mistake. I am going to do it this side, and again some glue, and over here on this. And we're going to place it in the same direction like we did with this one. Like this. Yep. And now we're going to turn it over. We're going to repeat the same on the top. Lay it this way, and we're going to make another hook. This. And I'm going to refill my glue because he is already finished. And I'm going to do the same side over here this way, and I'm going to do some glue. And if you have little beads as feet is also fine. Do whatever you think is right. This is just my idea, but you don't have to do it. I'm just doing the top again, and I'm going to place this one against it and this way. And I'm going to do again the wider side over here. So I'm going to glue this part and this part, and I'm going to lay it against each other on the same height like this, and remove the glue we don't need. So if we are going to paint it or wax it, just whatever you think your telephone booth has to look like, then you don't have anything to do with the glue. So you see, this is our feet, and now you're going to see the sides. And I always love to show little feet. So this is already the bottom. Again, another piece finished. We are going to make again one part of 4 blocks of 10, and again 4 rows of 10 blocks. I placed it already on my table, 4 rows of 10. I'm going to glue them together. This will be for the top, and we are going to do this 2 times. So like I said, it takes a little bit more of your blocks. Judge at the end of the DIY how your telephone booth, how you think he's looking like, and if he's worth it to use a couple of boxes more for your blocks. Maybe he looks very nice in your decor. So let's wait until the end and see how our telephone booth is turned out. But it takes a little bit more blocks, like 1 packet. So I hope you don't mind. So, and we are going to glue all of them together, but of course I will do it a little bit faster. For the top of our telephone, I just made the 2 pieces of 40 blocks, so 4 rows of 10. I'm going to lay that beside because this one will be coming a little bit higher, and in between we are going to make rows like this from 2 pieces of 11 blocks and 2 pieces of 8 blocks. So very easy. Again, we lay this apart and we are going to make a row, 2 rows of 11 blocks, and of course we are going to do this a little bit faster. Now also we have our 4 part pieces which are going in between the 2 tops of the roof. We're just going to make them inside, and what we're going to do later, I'm going to make a tag over here with telephone on top of it, but you see that later. Now we have all parts of our telephone booth. What we're going to do right now, I'm going to try to make a little telephone which I can hang on the back side of our telephone. Then it looks even more like a real telephone booth. So I'm going to figure out how I make a cute telephone inside. So I just was playing around a little bit to make my telephone. It is a little bit bit hard for me, so bear with me. I think I come up with a telephone, a little bit of the old-fashioned telephone, which you can hang, of course, on the back side of our backside of the telephone booth. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do it very easily. You don't have to do it if you have a much better way to make a telephone. Of course, use your imagination and make one better than mine is, but I'm going to go for this one. So I'm going to do this one together with you, and like I said, you don't have to do it. I take 4 of those blocks, the same like we did use for the telephone booth. We are going to do 4 of them together like this, and just make a row of 4 and a row of like this, number 3, and we're going for number 4, and now we're going to make a second one with 4. But let me know if you have a much better way to make a nice cute little telephone, but also from the tumbling tile blocks, because I want to keep everything in the same way. So I always try to make everything from the block. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm going to do the top, I'm going to do some glue, I'm going to glue this one together. And so we already have the back side, and later I will make a print with my numbers on top. So think the numbers already with it. Then we have 2 blocks of the same. We are going to do on the top side some glue, and we are glue this one together like this. And make sure you have it even, and I'm already under the glue. And I'm going to glue this in the middle. So I'm going to do some glue on the top of this one. I'm going to lay this one in the middle like this. And I'm going to get another block and I'm going to glue it on here. So just do some glue this way and just lay it in between and in the middle. This way. Squeeze it and remove your glue. Now we have 2 half blocks like this, and I'm going to glue them together this way. So we get a nice little bundle from 2 little blocks this way. And I'm going to glue them against here. Just do some glue and place it over here. And I'm going to do with the other side the same. Some glue and glue it together. This way, make sure that you have it even. And I'm going to see again a second one. And I'm going to glue this one also in between here. Some glue on the side, and of course I did already the glue on the wrong side, I see already, so don't make the same mistake like I do. And I'm going to glue it of course against this one, and I'm removing the glue, and I'm now almost there. I take now 1 block which is in half of a normal block this way, and I'm going to glue it over here, place it down and do it in the middle. And I take a little piece, this just a piece of scrap which was falling off, and I'm going to do some glue, and I'm going to place this one also in the middle of this one. And now if you have a lot of imagination, you see already this is, in a moment it will turn out to a telephone, but we don't know. You never know if it will look like a telephone. I'm going to paint this in the black color, and then I'm going to take my twine and I'm going to make a little thread from here under here, from this way to this way, and I'm going to make a little tag to make it look like a telephone. But first I'm going to paint it black. I'm just using the black schoolboard paint. I always love painting with the black schoolboard paint, but you can choose any color you like. This is the color I like the most because it gives a nice matte finish. So I'm going to do every side except the back side, because he will be glued on the back side over here. So I will finish this off, and then we're going to do the next step. In the meantime, while our telephone is drying, I'm going to take a piece of my twine, and I think I'm going to measure out a little bit like this. I'm going for, I think, a centimeter of 30. I'm going to double it up 1 time, and I'm going to double it up a 2nd time, and I'm going to make a knot on the end, very easy, like this. I'm just going to squeeze it, and I'm going to cut off the ending, and I'm going to cut off this piece. So I have to have a scissors, and you see already I have I have no scissors. So I'm going to take my scissors and we are going to cut it off. And yes, I found them. I have them here. Of course, I'm going to cut off really close to the knot, like this. So you can glue it very easily on the telephone, like this. You see, just a little top. And I'm going to go over, make a little turns, like this. And I'm going to cut off the ending over here. And what you also can do, you also can make a nice, where you do with someone's hair. I don't know what it's called. Here in the Netherlands we say vlechten. So you just make your 3-piece, and you just go one over the other, and this one over the other, this one over this one, like you normally do your hair. So I'm going to do that and do a knot on the back side. You see, this is what you then get. You just make some little turns inside of it. Of course, I have to look it up how you call it in English, but like I said, here in the Netherlands we call it vlechten. You do it with your hair with 3 strings, and I think you already know what I mean. So I'm going to glue them when my paint is dry. I'm going to glue them on my telephone. So my telephone is dried up, at least what I think looks like, like a telephone. I'm going to do some glue on the top of my rope, and I do enough on each side around the knot, like this, and I'm going to place this, of course, not on my kitchen towel, but like this, and I'm going to place it under here and squeeze it real hard and remove the glue like this, because I want to let it look like that our twine, or maybe just the thread of a telephone, is coming out. And I'm going to take the other side, I'm going to lay it next to each other like this, and I'm going to do some glue on this top of our this way, and I'm going to place it down, and I'm going to squeeze it over here, and I'm going to press it in here and keep it in place until it is dried up, and this way, and remove the glue, because you see already I am under my glue. And this is, of course, we have to get it off the table, and this is already a first start of our telephone. Now I'm going to take you along to my computer, and I'm going to make a print for on top of here, and I'm going to make a print for the roof of our telephone booth. And here you see the prints I made. I made a couple of different ones, so I can choose which one I like. This is a little bit with some greenery, but I think I'm going for the black and white. And of course, some different sizes of our telephone, so at least the middle of the telephone. And then I hope it really looks a little bit like a telephone. But like I said, if you have a better way, just go ahead and do whatever you think is right. This is just the way I make a telephone from tumbling towel blocks, because you have to at least I'm going to try them from tumbling towel blocks. So we are going to cut them out, and we are going to Mod Podge them on top of our blocks. I did cut out a picture of my telephone, at least the numbers, which you can always turn around, but I am not satisfied with it because I don't like it. That is just a picture on top of here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cut out this print and just around the round, and I'm going to glue the round on top of here, so not the whole picture but only the round. So I take my picture and I'm going to do some Mod Podge on the back side like this, and I'm going to try not to get it on the front, because like I always say, I love the matte finish, but of course you can do anything you like. So I'm going to lay it down this way, and I'm going to work my way around it like this, and I let this dry. So I did cut out the print with the telephone. I have my 2 smaller blocks for the roof and the 2 longer blocks. What I'm going to do, of course, I'm going to do the smaller ones in here and the bigger ones on top of here. So very easy, and here we make a nice square. Later we are going to make some wax and some square over it, but first I'm going to Mod Podge this on top of the ones with the 11 blocks and the 8 blocks, 8 blocks, 2 of 8. If everything is correct and you did it together with me, you have 2 of 8 and 2 of 11, and on that pieces you are going to do the word telephone. All my pieces are drying right now. They are almost dried and ready to glue together. I had my telephone and I took a gold marker and I did go around of the clock like for the telephone, the numbers. You meet the middle piece of your telephone, and I think he looks very nice as a telephone. Of course, there are a lot of people who can make them much better than me. I'm really sure of that, but I'm really happy with how this one is turned out, and he is so easy to do. So we are going to glue this one on the back side of our telephone booth. We have here our back side. That's just the longer piece. You have one longer piece and the rest you have, of course, the open sizes like this. You have 3 of this one and of course 1 of this one, and I'm going to look where I want to have my telephone. Of course, I don't want to have it low. I want to have it a little bit higher like this, but we still want to see it. So I'm going to take my wood glue and I'm going to glue it on the back side of my thing. And I'm taking wood glue because I'm sure that this stays better in place. So I'm just going to go on the back side, just do over it like this, and we are going to glue it together. Oh, and I have to be sure that I have it on the right spot in the middle. And just lay it down and just let it dry. So the roof of at least the telephone is glued on top of the back side. We are going to lay it apart so we can work with our roof because this needs to dry. I'm going to take the roof and we take 2 pieces like we have here of 40 blocks, 4 pieces of 10, and this is also 4 pieces of 10. What we're going to do, at least we're going to try, we are going to do these blocks on here. I'm going to make a square out of it. Of course, I need to do it different, like this is better, because these are the sides and not the front. So we're going to do this one on here, and I'm going to make a square out of it, and then we're going to glue it on one of these panels. So of course, I need to have the panels under it like this. So I'm going to show it to you. This is better than I explained it to you. And you have to do the shorter ones in between, and you do the larger one, the 11 blocks, you do on the outsides like this. Of course, you can do it also this way if you, but I don't think it's fitting if I am doing it this way. So we will see if this is fitting. It is fitting, but it's not really a nice side because then you're coming too short. So I recommend do them on the inside like this. You just saw me gluing our top of our telephone booth together. You see already. I know people think I am filming it wrong. Of course, I am filming it backwards, the letters, because that's just my telephone. But don't worry, in a moment you will see the right way. So I'm going to let this place this aside, and I'm going to let it dry. Just give it the time to dry at least. And of course, also when you're putting it together, take your time for it. That's the only thing I can recommend. Just take your time with the wood glue. Just do some cans on top of here so it can give a lot of pressure. So, and always give it some time. Sometimes we want too fast and then work doesn't go the right way. So just take your time for it. Now we have already the top. What we're going to do, we are going to do the side panels. Of course, we have already this one. This will be the back side. And we have 2 side panels and 1 of the front panels like this. And now we're going to try to place them together. So you see already like this, and 1 on this side. And we are going to do 1 on this side, of course, on the top, this way. And I'm going to go again, I'm going to place the front and the back side like we did with the top of our telephone booth on the outside, and we're going to place the side panels inside of the, so like this, top on here, and the other one on top of there. So I'm going to glue this again. So I did let it dry for I think a quarter, like 15 minutes. What I did, I'm going to do some on the last panel, that will be the door. Of course, I'm going to do, I hope you can see it, I'm doing some glue also on each side of the last panel we have. And we are going to squeeze it inside the two panels before the side panels like this. So I'm going to do some glue on both sides, and of course I placed the booth a little bit right up. That's the better word. I'm sorry. And I'm going to do the other side with some glue, and then I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to easily and very carefully, I'm going to place it inside and then press it again together. It is a little bit of a task, just like I said with the roof. Take your time for it. This looks very fast, but in the real time, I took my time and just placing it in between. So I'm going to go for this side, and I'm going to place this one a little bit open, and I'm going to place it in, and I'm going to squeeze them together again. And I'm going to get some cans against it. You see, I did glue the frame together, and of course it still needs to dry a little moment, but I'm going to try already to place it on our bottom. You see, this is the bottom we made, and with the little corners around it. So this you always can recognize as your bottom. So we're going to turn it over this way, and we are going to try to do some glue on the underside of our telephone booth, and then we're going to place it on top of here. So we will see. I hope I'm not too early to turn it already over, but of course time is running, so and I wanted to show you so much how it will turn out. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside, and then I'm going to take it on top of the bottom. And here you see how our roof is glued together, and I have, of course, on each side the word telephone. And this is the booth itself, and we in the Netherlands call it telephone cell. So it's a little bit different. Of course, we don't have this kind of telephone booth on the streets anymore, because everyone has a mobile telephone nowadays. So you see that just a little telephone inside. What we still need to do, we have to give it, you can paint it, of course, if you like the red color, like the most of the English telephone booth are, you can do it red, but of course I'm going for the rustic and old look. So I'm going to use my furniture wax, and I'm going to use some bee wax. I hope you see, in the Netherlands we call it bijenwas. That's the first word you see, bijenwas, and it is just from a simple brand here in the Netherlands. So you can find it anywhere in your stores. So I'm going to do some furniture wax on top of it. And if you want to paint it, just go ahead and paint it. And here you see how our telephone turned out with some wax on it, and I did it a little bit farther away because he turned out a very big size. So I think he turned out very nicely. I'm so happy with it. I'm going a little bit lower so you can also see the little telephone inside, and I am really happy with the end result. Of course, what I'm going to do, you see already on my table, I have some string lights with some battery operated, and I have a couple of my green picks, a couple with yellow flowers, and some greenery with some white little endings. So I'm going to do some greenery under it, and then in a moment you see finally how he turned out. I'm almost finished decorating my telephone booth on the underside, but what I almost forgot to tell you, that's why I do a little clip inside, because you see I did my top open so I can decorate it a little bit better, but you can glue it together if you just don't like the decoration under it. Of course, leave it and just glue it together, but I leave it open. So that's what I also wanted to show you. Now we go to the end reveal. what we will use for this DIY. Of course, our tumbling towel blocks. We have paint at your choice. I use my wood glue. You can use some hot glue, but be careful that your DIY is not falling apart with hot glue. Of course, my little container with some scissors, markers, brushes, a cutting tool, wire, the main things you need for using. Of course, I have a saucer with some old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. This is what we need. We are going to make a couple of easy and simple crates. You can decorate it any way you like, and of course you could also give your glam touch on it. If you are more like a glam lady, then you just have to spray paint them in the gold or the silver. So we will see how this will turn out. For the first crate, what we're going to do, we're going to get 8 blocks, 5, 6, 7 and 8, and lay them already beside each other before you glue it, and look for that your bottom is at least all of them are the same measure of blocks, because sometimes it really is so much different in sizes of blocks. That's always, you have to look for the right size. So, and you can do it better because the bottom has to be the right size, or else it will be one disaster. So we are going to glue this one together. So very easy, you just do some glue on the sides. And this is number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7, because 8 will be the closure up, and squeeze it and press it together in a straight line. And of course we have to work with it, get it down, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I did wipe away with my old towel. I did wipe away the glue I don't need and just lay it to rest over here. What we're going to do, we are going to make now 2 blocks together, 2 times of 2, because this will be one side, and of course glue this one together, and we're going to do the second one, because this will be one side of our crate, and this is already also one, and we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 2 loose blocks. I'm going to do a little drop over here and a little drop on this side, and I'm going to place this one over here and this one over here, and I'm going to do on this side the same, a little drop over here and a little drop over here, and I'm going to place this one also on this side, and make sure that you get a nice straight line and give it some pressure on each side. And again, redo it. That's the greatest thing about the wood glue, you still can redo it. And we are going to have already one side, and we're going to go further with the second one, and of course the other side will be exactly the same. We just do some glue on this side and we glue it together, and we do it on this side also, and you see already the difference in blocks with this one. This one is the same, but you see already here this one is much bigger than the other one. Of course I should have used and I showed you in a moment that he is so much bigger again than the other one. If you don't like it, just take another block, but of course I always say we have to work with it. So again, we get 2 loose blocks like this, and we're going to do a drop again on this side and a little drop on this side, and we're going to place it over here and this one over here, and just lay it down. Don't squeeze yet, because we need the other one, and this one, and over here, and we're going to place this one also, and we're going to make a nice straight line, and then we're going to give it a little push like this, so we are sure that everything sticks together, and this way. And we're going to get our towel, and we go carefully, we go over it like this, and also over here, and we're going to let this rest also for at least a half hour. Now we already have our 2 sides over here. We're going to get a loose block, and we're going to measure out if this one is fitting. He is. We are going to do a thin line on the underside, so very easy, just over here. I hope you can see it, and we're going to place it against this one. We are going to do it on this side the same. We're going to measure out and we're going to do a thin line on the underside, on the inside of the block over here. And we're going to place this one also against here and make sure that you have it in a straight line and squeeze it. And we're going to do on this side the same. We have to measure out if the size is correct or else he is really offline. And this one. And we're going to place it over here. And we're going to do on this side the same. And we're going to place it on this side. And again, give it a little squeeze and redo it and let it rest for at least also a couple of minutes. So we waited a couple of minutes because we don't want that it is totally dried in or else we don't get our bottom inside. We are going to give it, you see already here is coming a lot of glue on this side. We are going to take our bottom. We are going to try very carefully, place it on the side. So like this and very carefully on this one also. And we're going to place this one over here and this one over here. If it does fall apart, don't worry, just lay it down, squeeze it again, it doesn't matter. And now we're going to try to get our bottom in. Of course, it's a little bit difficult, but we are going to make it and this way and then go squeeze it together again. This is already one. And we're going to do for here the same, and I'm going to do on this side a little glue. I should have done that also on the other side, but I'm going to do this over here and I'm going to place it straight up. And of course it's a little bit difficult to get in, but eventually it will work. If you use hot glue, it's much difficult to get it in. So over here and like this, and now we already have this one inside and we're going to let this dry in. Of course, I also show you the mistakes, what I did do wrong. You already probably know I didn't do any glue on this side. So of course we need some glue on this side also. So learn from my mistakes. Of course, you can very easily get it out because it is wood glue. And you have to use some glue over here. And we're going to let this glue in, dry in for a couple of minutes before we're going to place it again to each other. So we're going to give it a try again. Of course, we're going to get our little bottom inside and we're going to again give it some time, squeeze it and press it together this way and this way. And we're going to do here the same. And of course, this is also a little struggle to get in. And again, squeeze it together this way. And now we're going to let it really dry for at least a half hour before we're going to do anything, because we want to be sure that everything is dried. So we gave it a couple of minutes, at least. I think I gave mine at least 20 minutes because I took some coffee. So, but you see already how easy it is to make, but also you could make so easily a mistake if you thought you did glue it, but you didn't glue it. So that's why I make it for you. You can do the same, but you can do it a little bit better. I'm going to get some blocks, a loose block, and I'm going to do some glue on the underside over here. And I'm going to place this one in the middle and just place it over here. And we're going to do this one the same over here. And we're going to glue it in the middle and like this, and we're going to squeeze it and we give it some rest also. So now we're going to get two blocks and we're going to glue them together. So very easy like this, and we do another one of two and squeeze them and press it together and this way. And we go wipe away the glue because you see already the glue is a little bit coming out. And we're going to give this one also only a couple of minutes because they don't need longer. So we almost have one of our crates finished. What we're going to do with the two block, we are going to do some glue, a little bit on the top over here and a little bit on the underside, but not totally under. And we're going to place it on the side exactly in the middle of our crate. And we're going to do here the same. We're going to do some glue over here and a little over here, And we're going to place them also on the other side, but exactly in the middle. And this way squeeze it. And because you can see already the line is straight to each other, so you can very easy glue them together on a straight line. And now is already one crate is finished. We are going to make the bigger one right now, because this is the I think that will be the middle one, the medium, but I think I'm going to make the large one. And you can stop with 2 crates. If you think 2 is more than enough to decorate, is also fine. And we are going to make them in a different sizes like this. If you are using the smaller blocks, you can do the same numbers like I did with the bigger blocks, only your crate will be a little bit smaller. So you can start with the smaller crate, because you see already it's the same sizes. It's also 1, 2 over here, and you have 8 in the middle, the same like we did over here. We did 1 loose block on the ending of the side, so everything is the same, and you're just going to glue this the way I did it also. So it's nothing different than I did with the bigger block, only your size will be a little smaller, but you go up the way I go up also later in my block. So if you want to have it bigger, you also make 1 block extra. You just do a smaller block inside over here, and 1 block means 3 blocks for a bottom extra. So that means that you do 3 over here, then you have 11 blocks for a bottom, and I would double them up and I will do 2 rows of 11. So very easy, just for the bigger size do 2 rows together, and this will be also one side already, and you glue later again the same like I do with this one. Then you have the bigger size of your crate. And of course I hope everyone who makes the smaller blocks gives it also a try. So you see, this is already the bottom for the bigger one, and if everything's correctly, you can fit it in. You see already it's totally fitting. So 11 blocks this way and 11 blocks over here, and here 3. You just do 1 extra, and 1 extra means 3 blocks extra for a row, because if you place them this way, 1 block you see already is 3 blocks of this one, it's fitting. So if you place here extra 1, you have to go 3 up in the bottom always. So I hope I make sense. So 11, and you can do here 3 and on the sides, and of course you need 2 of this one, and then you can place it over here, and you only need 2 extra. You don't need 1, but you do also again here 1 extra. But if you want to do more, it's also fine too. But these are the measurements for the smaller blocks. So we placed our crate on the side. We are going to go for the bottom, and we're not going to do 8. We are going to do also 11 blocks. And it's very easy. First we're going to look for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11. And we're going to, before we glue again, we're going to make sure that everything is fitting nicely this way. He's almost fitting, and we're going to do a second row of 11 blocks, because we need to wide up also, or else we get again a smaller block, and we don't want to have a smaller block extra. And you see also again measure out a little bit with the eye if everything is fitting nicely, and I think it looks nice, at least to work with. So we're going to do again, glue them together. Very easy in 1 row, and if you are gluing, most of the time I place them immediately against each other, so the glue is not running extra down, and this way. And always the last one is the closure up, and this way, and this will be the number 11. Squeeze a little and then give it a nice straight line this way, as best as you can. And again squeeze, and be sure that you press everything down, because some blocks are not cut off even, so they will pop up. And again this way, and I'm going to do the second row, and then we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Again number 2, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 over here. Squeeze it, and we're going to make a straight line again. And then it's so easy, we get our wet towel and we're going to wipe over. Very easy, and it doesn't matter if it falls apart, just make sure that you have the straight line again. Squeeze it together and let it dry in. And we're going to do here the same over here, and again make sure that you have a straight line again, and this way and this way. So now I did let it dry in for at least a quarter, I think 15 minutes. I'm going to carefully try to get it on the side, and of course it can break, but don't worry and don't be scared, because you can get everything glued together again this way. So again, we're going to make a straight line, we're going to get it carefully on the ground, and we're going to place it on top of next to each other. And you see already that we have a little over gap over here, and that's always sometimes very hard to work with, but we're going to give it a try. So we're going to just press together, and we're going to let this rest also. Now we're going to make 3 together like this, and this is 1 and this is number 2, and squeeze them, and this will be already number 1. We're going to make number 2. This is of course for one side. This is 1 and this is number 2. Squeeze it, press it together this way, and let it rest, and remove the glue we don't need. And this way he's going already all places like this. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes again. So we are going to get a loose block again. We do some glue on this side and on this side, and again place it against here, and this one over here. And we're going to do on this side the same like we did with the smaller size, and a little over here. And we're going to place this one also over here and over here, and redo it the shape you want to have it. And again, press them down and give it a little moment for drying. In the meantime, I will make the other one. Of course, again, we are going to do 3 together. Very easy. This is number 1 already. And you see the wood is very, I think the wood has been wet, because he has all kind of dots on his. So I don't know, it's just not really the wood mark, but it also smells a little. It looks like the wood has been wet. I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with that, but it does. I don't know how I explain it. It looks, if I explain, it looks really, really disgusting, but it really isn't. But it has a kind of a wet smell on it. So this is already the other side, and we're going to let this rest also. So again, also for this one, we are going to get some loose blocks, and we do some glue again on this side, and we're going to place this one over here, and we're going to place this one. Of course, when he's not glued to my table, we're going to do it over here, squeeze it, and squeeze this one. And now we're going to do this side, a dot and a little dot over here. And we're going to place this one, of course, over here. Squeeze a little to each other, this way, not too hard, so he jumps out of it. It's not really what we want. Just give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to wipe away the glue. And we do it carefully, because we don't want to damage our sides. And now we're going to let it rest, at least this one we're going to let it rest for at least 15 to 20 minutes. So again, I'm going to get some loose blocks like this, and I'm going to do the same. Of course, you can do it different. Just glue the first this side to the sides, of course, and then do the loose side. I'm going to give it another try. I don't know if this will be a very wise decision or not, but we will see. We will see how this will turn out. Of course, this one also. And I'm going to place this one against here and make sure that you have it in a straight line. Give it a little bit of pressure, because not too much, because we still need to have the bottom inside. And we're going to do this one, but you can also do it later, but I'm just stubborn and I'm just going to keep trying that it will work. And I'm going to place this one over here. And I'm going to make a nice straight line and give it a couple of minutes, not too much longer. So I placed the sides over here and did the bottom in the middle. What we still need to do, and before we forget it already, we have to do some glue on this side over here. So make sure that we have a nice line of glue, and a little on the sides also on this side. And we're going to do here the same, a little glue over here, and we're going to do some glue on the ending. So we are sure that everything will stick together and not with the same like I did with the first one. I did totally forgot it. But that's the great thing, I do it for you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place very carefully, if everything is correctly, I'm going to place this one over here. And I'm going to be sure that he is falling in between like this. Squeeze a little. And now I'm going to try to do the same over here. Press it in. And of course we have to work a little bit to get it inside. And this way. We're going to squeeze it. And this way. I see a lot of like this and this way. I'm sorry. Don't mind me. Just don't listen to it. Sometimes I really sound like a record. I really myself, but I'm doing it for you so you can make the DIY also with the right numbers. And we're going to let this rest also again for a couple of minutes. So, and again, we are going to fill up the space in between on the endings. And of course, you can do it with more blocks. You can do it with one block over here. And I'm going to just work my way. I think I'm going to try to get 4 inside, but you see already we have to work with the bottom, which is not totally have both of the rows are the same size, so I have to work with it. So I'm going to do it a little bit more close, so I keep this one on one ending. So you see in a moment what I mean. So I'm going to keep this one over here, and I'm going to squeeze this one over here, and I'm going to do on the other side the same, so I don't have to do one exactly in the middle, because that's not going to work, because one row is longer than the other one. So, and I'm going to squeeze this one inside over here and make sure that we have, at least we try to have the same spaces in between as much as we can. So like this, and I'm going to let this dry also, and I'm going to do the other side. And you see already also with this one of the pieces is already off the block. Here is totally one gone. So I'm going to do this one and this one, and I'm going to place them over here. Again, some glue on the ending, and just very easy squeeze them in over here. And if you have glue sticking out, if you see on here, here's glue coming out, just take a simple brush and wipe it away. Again over here, and you can very easy get it away. And a little bit of glue over here. We're going to place this one over here. Now we only need 2 blocks, and then we can let it rest. And again over here, and the last one. And we're going to make room for this one, and we're going to make sure that we have it over here. We're going to squeeze a little with the side. So again, we are going to let this rest, but of course before we're going to let it rest, we're also going to make, again, because we need on this side and on this side 2 blocks, but you can do this time, you can do, like I showed you, better this way. over here. So if you do 2 blocks over here, and you can do 2 blocks over here, because now you have 2 openings. So you can do over here, one over here and one over here. But you don't have to do it. It's just something I do, but you don't have to do it. And I do 2 over here. So we have now the large size, we have the medium size, and now we need, of course, a smaller size. We are going to do 5 blocks like this. And if you are using the smaller blocks, I would go, I think, not lower than that. I think I would keep it with 2 crates, or maybe 2 of the same size, 2 smaller ones and 1 bigger one, because if you do the smaller blocks even smaller than this, of course you can do it. It's all you get a nice little cute little crate. So you also can do a size smaller, also use 5 blocks the same like we do. So again, I'm going to glue them together, very easy. So we use, for the large one, we used 11 blocks and we did 2 rows. For the medium, we did 8 blocks and 1 row. And for the smaller one, we will use 5 blocks and also 1 row. But you can do 2 if you like that. If you want to have a little bit wider crate, you also can do that. And again, squeeze it and make a nice straight line. We're going to get our towel and wipe away the glue, and this way, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and place it over here. And we're going to wipe away here the glue also. We are going to go now for very easy, because now we only need a loose blocks. We are going to do some glue on this one and a little over here, and we go very easy. We place this one against here, and we place this one against here, and we do on this side the same, a little dot, and over here, he's already falling down, and this one also, squeeze it, and again remove the glue like this, and we're going to make the second one, and again place them this way. We're going on the tops over here and over here, and we're going to squeeze it again, and we do this one. And very easy, over here, and squeeze it in, and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. Over here, I'm going to wipe away the glue, again squeeze and press, and now we're going to get 2 blocks. Of course, make sure that they are fitting. So I'm going to go for the sides, over here, place it against this one. We're going to do for this one, over here, very easy, in a straight line, and we do with this one the same. That's the great thing about this smaller crate. He is so easy and fast to build. And this one, and place it over here, squeeze it, and feel with your fingers, because that's always the great thing. Feel just that you have a nice straight line, because the blocks are not always even, and even I think your blocks are also maybe different sizes. Let me know if you have the Dollar Tree blocks, or maybe from somewhere else. Let me know if your blocks are always the same size, or if they are just like mine, also a little bit crooked sometimes. So this, I'm going to let it rest for a couple of minutes. So we are going to do some glue on the ending over here, a little line, and also a little on the side over here, and a little over here, and we do the same on this side, and a little line, and also on this side. And we're going to very carefully, but don't worry if it falls apart, it doesn't matter, just squeeze it, and this way, and we're going to get it down. And of course, the chance is that he is falling apart, but it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. We just have to work with it a little, and we just have to squeeze it in. Of course, you see already he is breaking, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go over it and place it against each other this way and redo it the way the crate should be. And now we're going to let this dry. So the only thing we need to do before we can totally let it dry is just take a loose block, do some glue on the underside and place it in the middle this way. And we're going to do another one also. And I think this little one is my favorite because I am really loving the size of this little crate. He is so cute. And if you make a couple of this one, you also can place them like a riser. You can place them in your kitchen, in your tea tray, because this is a great size to have and to decorate with. You just do a little bit of snow inside, maybe a couple of snowflakes or a little snowman. So this one is really a nice size. So maybe later I will make a couple of them extra. You never know. So, and I'm going to let this dry, all three of them, for at least a couple of hours. Give it some rest before we paint it. I almost forgot, maybe you already saw it. We need, of course, normally we would do two together and we would place it over here, and you still can do two, I see. You can even do two on this one and two on this side. Of course, this is also fine. I think I'm going for two. I was thinking about one, but I see that two is also very nice to see. So I'm going to give them some pressure, and also this two on the side. And then they are really totally fitting together, but I also like it already this way. So if I make them loose another time, I think I would go for this one. I think he is such a nice size. And this, wipe away the glue, and we are going to, in a moment, we are going to glue it on top on each side of our little crate. So I did let the boxes dry, of the crates dry, and I'm going to give it some paint color, but I'm going to give it some off-white color. You see already it's a little bit, not white, but like I always say, off-white, maybe creamy color, how you call it. And I'm going to give all of them one coat, and of course you can choose any color you like. Maybe you like staining, maybe you like a little bit of black, or maybe even white. Just do whatever you think is right. I'm going to give this one a nice creamy color from the inside and from the outside. So I'm going to go do this, and of course I won't bore you with that. So if everything is correctly, you also have three of the crates I have of this way, and I especially love the cute little one. What I'm going to do, you can change them up any way you like. You don't have to do it the way I do. You can use one of them, you can use maybe a couple of the smaller ones if you like it better. I'm going to stack mine up on top of each other, but before I'm going to do that, I think I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to look for if I like, because I want to have them this way. So this one will be over here, this one will be over here a little bit sideways, and this one will be over this way. And of course I showed you a little bit closer so you can see it a little bit better this way, but I think I'm going to use a print for the inside. So I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to look for if I can find a nice print. If I do, I'm going to glue them inside of the box, and then I'm going to glue it, because if I do it right now I have a hard time to getting my print inside. And you see already I did stack them up, but I didn't do a print inside. I didn't like it. I was looking in my stash and I found this kind of wooden pieces, little houses. So I'm going to make kind of a village, but at least maybe with some snowflakes. I really have to look for, but I'm going to place them inside just the way I think it's supposed to be. But you can do some print inside, or maybe you can decorate it with some gnomes, with some figurines. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do it my way, and I show you that in a moment. And you see already on my table, it is one big mess. You see, I did the little houses inside. I just do very simply some glue on the underside of the house, and then I'm going to place it in, and just it sticks on, by itself. It's very easy to do. So I did already a couple of them over here, and I did a little higher also, and on the top also one. I'm going to figure out how I want to have it the rest. I think I'm going to get some bottle brush trees and some snow, and you see in a moment the quick impression. For this DIY, we use, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, and I will use the smaller blocks because a lot of you already know that the store I buy my bigger blocks, they have problems delivering the bigger blocks. So it will be quite a time, I think, for the smaller blocks, but a lot of you are happy that I use the smaller blocks. Of course, I have here on my table a couple of wooden pieces, but you can choose anything you like which is in your home. This is just in my stash. I have just a big bag with wooden pieces I always buy through the year, and I collect them. Of course, some paint at your choice. I use some wood glue. You can use some hot glue, but be careful that your piece is not falling apart. I have here my little container with some scissors, markers, brushes, cutters, everything I need. So these are a little bit of the main piece, and of course don't forget a saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. What we're going to make, you would say, of course we are going to make a type case. Here in the Netherlands we say letterbak. So in the Netherlands it's totally different word. We call it letterbak. So it's much different than type case. Of course I will do it with a twist. First we are going to start with the back side of our type case. Of course I'm going to do 19 blocks, and you can use some metal hook if you like that. Most of the time I don't use it. I have it laying around, but I'm always a little bit different. I like it better because this is just how I used to doing it. But if you're more like a professional, then you can use your hook, and maybe you like it even better with the hook. Go ahead. And a lot of people really like working with it, so give it a try. So, and we're going to go, it's a lot, 18 blocks. So we are going to do it so as fast as I can. This way, and almost the last with the glue, because number 18 will be the closure up. Again, squeeze it, and we're going to go for a nice straight line. And if you do it with your hand and you don't have the hook, it works also fine because we use our wood glue, and later on we still can readjust it to one piece. Again, we're going to get our towel, wipe away the glue we don't need, and again go around it and make sure that you have a nice straight line. Of course we are going to work later with it again. We're going to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18, and this will be a number 2. And we're going to do the same, and this is 1. Of course I do it as fast as I can, again, because I know your time is precious. But of course, for everyone who wants to see how it is really made, and of course I make the mistakes for you, that's always better than you do it. So that's why I do it always step by step, but it's not always everyone's cup of tea. So if you don't like this, maybe then this channel is not for you, because I always do it step by step to give everyone who is maybe not always crafting also a nice DIY. And that's the only thing I go for, that everyone is having fun and enjoys what they are making. Again, make a nice straight line, of course as straight as you can, but later we will still work with it, so don't worry, it will be straight. And now the last row, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 and 18. The last. And then we are already having the back side. I'm sorry. There's something of kind of a dust what is coming off. I don't know what it is, but it really got me. Of course, the last blocks, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes to rest. But you still can later, that's the great thing about the wood glue, you still can readjust it afterwards and make a nice straight piece. That's why I don't need always my metal hook. And this way. And the last. And you see already, we're going to glue them together, squeeze it, make a nice straight line again. This way, squeeze again. And we're going to go over with our little wet towel. We're going to give it a couple of minutes and then we're going to glue them together. So I gave it a couple of minutes and I'm going to go carefully on the side. This one also very lightly. I'm going to place it on the side. I'm going to do some glue on each block, a little dot. And for me it's always difficult to do a little, because for me it's always a little bit too much. I'm going to do my best. So, and we're going to go. You see already, the glue is not always working with me, but it doesn't matter. So as long as he's working with you, that's the main part. So we're going to place it carefully down. If it breaks, it doesn't matter. Give yourself some grace, because it is wood glue. You can readjust it any way you like. So don't worry about it. And just place them together. Press them lightly against each other to make a nice, one big plank. If you can, maybe you can say that's a better word. I think we're going for it. This will be the back side of our type case. So, and I'm going to let this rest. I was looking at it and I think, because if you are turning it this way, for me he is really too small. I thought this is not the measurement I want. So I'm going to give it one extra row of 18, because I don't like it before. For me it's a little too small. I'm used to the bigger blocks, and then if I use 3, then it is really a big one already. But no, for the smaller blocks he is too small. So I'm going to go again for 1 row extra and glue it against the other one. So if you like it also a little bit bigger, then you have to go, of course, also for 4 rows of 18. But if you a smaller space, then you can use this one. But I think I'm going for 4. I think it has a little, how we say here, a little bit more body, because or else he will be very small. Especially because you want to make a little, closet, dresser. It's not a dresser, because it's not really a dresser, but I'm going to change it up a little bit like the normal one we have here. The type cases we have here in the Netherlands is just a square and we place it on our wall. But mine will be standing. You see already, this is what this is what can happen if you press a little too much. But it doesn't matter, we glue it together again. Like this. This is also what is DIYing. And you see, don't press too hard like me. I have a little bit too much strength. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes and let it dry, and then we're going to glue it together. So I place also this one on the side. I'm going to do some glue again. And like you see, it doesn't matter if it falls apart, you just can make it together. It's always funny when you see me do things which is going wrong. And with every DIY, there are things going wrong, because I have now 4 rows of 18. But of course I don't need 4, because I need to have the sides on top of my back side. So I don't need 18, I need 19 of each block. So what I'm going to do on this side and on this side, I'm going to place 1 extra block Of course, you don't have to do it because you already make 4 rows of 19. And don't make the mistake like I do. So you do it a little bit easier than what I do right now. You just make it the better way. You see already, you don't have this problem. The last one is only on the sides. So you make 4 rows of 19 blocks. And again, we have everything we need right now. Now, if everything correctly, we can let this dry at least for a couple of hours, because or else it will be falling apart, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to place this one aside because he needs to dry in. That's I always use 2 mats. What I'm going to do now, we're going to make blocks of 2. So very easy, you just do some glue on the side and you glue them together, squeeze it, press it and make a nice straight line like this. Wipe away the glue and you do again on the side and again, place them against each other, squeeze it, make a straight line and wipe away the glue. I'm going to make 20 of these pieces of 2. So we have our 20 pieces. If everything is correctly and I counted right, we are going to do 4 pieces together like this. On the tops we do some glue and we're going to glue them together, and this is number 4, and you see we're going to make a nice straight line and we're going to give it a little, and if maybe this one is fitting this one better, then you just turn it over until it is fitting very nicely. Of course, we're going to again for 1 of 4. We're going to do on the tops, on this top and on this top, and number 4 will be the closure up again. Squeeze it and make a nice straight line. Now we're going to go for 6 like this. So again, get your glue, do the top, and over here we're going to do this one and on this one, and number 5 and number 6 is the closure up, and squeeze a little and make a nice straight line. And you see already, maybe if you turn it over it fits a little bit better. Just work your way with it, and you see these 2 are a little bit smaller, so I have to look if I like it or not, or else I make 2 other ones. And again, we do the last pieces of 6. Very easy, because these are the sides of our type case. It's so much different word than we use letterbox. I have to really get used to it, to the word. So again, and make a nice straight line again. Feel with your fingers that you have a nice line. I think I'm going to go for this one this way. And again, we're going to let this rest for a couple of hours. So I have my 4 pieces of 2 pieces of 4. I have 2 pieces of 6. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place them on the side, do this one on the side, and of course this one will be on the top. So we place it over here. We're going to look for where we want to have it, over here. And now the only thing I'm going to do is do some glue on this side, enough, and on this side. And I'm going to place them over here against each other. I'm going to do the same over here, do some glue, and over here. And we're going to place this one also against this one and this one, and give it a little bit of pressure over here and a little bit of pressure over here. Wipe away the glue you don't need, and of course give here a little bit of pressure, and also over here. And if you have it in the shape you want to have it, then let it dry in. At least I think this one also let it dry in for, yeah, I always say take a little bit longer, maybe do at least an hour. That everything sticks together, because especially with the weather which is raining, and then it is a very cold weather, and the wood glue is drying a little bit, yeah, not totally the way that you have it in the summer, so maybe give it a little bit more time. I'm going to wait until at least an hour. So I have here my frame and of course our back side. What I'm going to do it a little different. I'm going to do some glue at the ending of the back side, so make just a thin line from over the whole piece like this, and we're going to go this way. Oh, you see where I'm stuck in the in the piece of. And what I also want to tell you, if you have a little open gap and you don't like it, use some spackle and just fill your little gap if you don't like it. For me, I always think it gives a little bit more like a rustic look, but if you don't like that, you want to have a nice, clean and straight piece, then you don't have to use a little bit of spackle and make it fitting, and at least fill it up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place this over here. I'm going to turn this a little like this. Then I can very carefully, because he's not totally dry yet, I'm taking a risk. It is a chance that he's falling apart, so wait a little bit longer than I wait. Probably. So we will see if I regret what I'm doing or not. I'm going to place it on top, place this one over here, and we're going to try to get it as fitting as we can. It's not really a match made in heaven, like they say, but we are going to make sure that one of the sides is flat, because it will be it's getting a bottom, so where he can stand up. So make sure that one of the sides is straight, and then the top is coming over a little, but it doesn't matter. So just give it a little bit of pressure over here and over here, and we're going to wipe away the glue. And if the glue is coming on this side out, you take just a small brush and you just go inside, wipe it away, get your wet towel, and again go over it and wipe it away. So I'm going to let this rest in for at least a half hour. So in the meantime, while the frame of our type case is drying, we are going to make the stand, and we're going to make 5 times pieces of 4. So very easy, glue them together. This is number 3, and number 4 will be the closure up. Squeeze it, press it together, and make sure that you get a nice straight line. We're going to do here the same. This is number 1, number 2, place it together, and number 3, and number 4 is the closure up again. Squeeze a little and make a nice straight line. And this is what we're going to do with all 5 of them. This is 2, number 3, and number 4. And again, squeeze it, make sure that they can jump out like I had earlier. Then your blocks are jumping in the in your room, of course, like this, and this is so easy to make. And this is a number 4, and the last one is number 5, because we need them a little bit wider, and number 3, and then we're going to close them up, give them a nice little push like this, and again we're going to give it a couple of minutes, and we wipe away the glue we don't need, of course, this way, so you get always nice clean blocks before you're going to paint. Especially when you're going to wax it, you need, and you can also spray paint it in the gold color or silver color if you like more like the glam style. So again, give it a couple of minutes, and then we glue them together. So I gave them a couple of minutes. What I'm going to do, of course, you see already this one is popping out, and that's not what we want, but we can still redo it. We can place it down, we do some glue, we do over here, and the last one, and we're going to very carefully place them together this way and row them in one line, and this, give it a little bit of pressure. and we wipe away the glue, and we're going to give it also a couple of minutes again. So we have now the stand he will stand on. Now we're going to get 3 blocks. We're going to do some glue in the middle and in this one, and again squeeze them together this way, squeeze it and make a straight line. And we do this one more time because we're going to make the feet also out of the blocks, because I was thinking with myself I would do this one, but I think he will be much too wobbly if I will use this one. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take the safe side and I'm going to go for a little feet like with the blocks. But of course, if you have something laying in your home which you think is much better to use as legs for your piece, then it is of course also fine. This is just what I do, and I'm going to place it over here a little out of the ending over here, and I'm going to do a little glue over here, and I'm going to place this one also a little out of the ending, and we're going to give it again a couple of minutes to dry. So in the meantime, while these two are drying further, we are going to get blocks, and we are going to do 2 on top of each other like this, very easy again. And we're going to make, I'm going to start with 16 couples of 2, so very easy. Just on the side some glue over here, squeeze them together just like we did with the side, squeeze it and make a nice straight line. Of course I will do it a little bit faster than this, or else you will run away because it takes much too long of your time. So I'm going to do it faster. So I made place, of course, for our frame. What we're going to do, this is totally up to you, because you can do anything you like. We made pieces of 2 just to make nice, a little kind of a puzzle labyrinth, you call it, in between. You can go for a little square, you can go for a little higher, you can go for even wider. Go whatever you think is right. Glue this one together, or this one if you like more like a corner like this. You can go this way, you can go over here to make a frame like this. You can go over here, make it any way you like. I only show you what I did, but it's totally free. Do whatever you think it's right. So I'm going to start mine with 2 pieces together like this. Of course I'm going to get some glue, and I'm going to place them together in this way. I'm going to do another one of 2, and I'm going to place again 1 against each other, and I'm going to make a total of 4. I did figure out a little bit how I want to have it. So again, a little squeeze until this one, and the last, because I'm going to do on the top and on the bottom, I'm going to make the same kind of a square to start my piece. So I'm going, and of course look also what you want to decorate, how much of how big you want to have your openings, because you still need to do some decor inside, so be aware of that. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then I'm going to do it inside of here. So now I'm going to get my frame, and I'm going to do very easy. I'm going to place this one inside, and you can do it this way, but you also can go a little higher and you go this way. So choose whatever you think is right. I'm going to go for this one. So very easy. I'm doing some glue on the underside. It's just building up the way you want it. You're totally free to fill it in the way you like it. Of course I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and on the underside over here, and we're going to place it in. Of course I also have to do it on this side, or else he doesn't glue on this side. And that's the great thing about wood glue. You just go to turn it a little, and you still can squeeze it in the way you want to have it. And that's, if you use hot glue, it's a little bit more difficult. Of course you still can do it. It's not something you can't do. And this way, I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, also over here, and keep it in place for a little moment until it's dry up. I make the same one over here. Of course, we're going to place this one first, and we're going to glue this one over here. So I have to make sure that I have it in a straight line. So I'm going to get this one. I'm going to do the sides and this side, of course this side, and I have to look for, of course, this side, but you see later also I'm going to place it over here and make sure we don't press it, not yet, because we still need to do this one over here, and on this one, and we're going to place it in. Of course, we have to make sure that we get it in. It's a little bit like puzzling. Of course, for some people this is taking much too long, so if you don't like this to see, please skip forward, because I understand if this takes a little too long of your time. But for everyone who wants to make it the same way I have it, that's why I show it to you. And I'm going to let this rest for a couple of minutes. So now I'm going to make again 2 pieces together, but this is one and another one of 2. Again, squeeze it like this. I'm going to keep mine very simple, but of course you can go all the way. And this is one. And this, I'm going to give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to place it inside, so I still have enough room to decorate the way I want to have it. Because if you want to have a nice cute little sign or some figurines, you have to think, and if you want to have more decoration, then you build your frame a little bit bigger than what it is right now. So I'm going to make mine, of course, both in the same direction. I have one here, I have one here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place one of my pieces over here, and I'm going to place one of the pieces over here, so I get even here a little spot open for decoration. And I'm going to do it, of course, also on this spot. Of course, this one has to be over here. I have to think where I really want to have it, because or else we're getting mistakes. I think I'm going to go for this one, like this, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to glue the pieces together like this. It's very easy. So I'm going to do some glue on this side and on the underside, and I'm going to place it over here because I want to be sure that he's fitting like this. And I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to do on this side, on this side, and on this side. And now we're going to very carefully squeeze it in a little. We need the time. Of course, place it against each other this way and this way. Of course, it has to go a little over here. And wipe away the glue which is coming out. You wipe away with your brush. And of course, you see already I have to redo it like this. And we're going to do here the same. I'm going to do some glue on the side and on the underside, and I'm going to place it the same way over here. And I'm going to do this one, of course, on this side, on this side, and on this side. And then we have our nice frame. I'm going to give it a little bit of space because it has to come in. And this way. And we're going to let it dry in for at least, before we're going to paint it, an hour. So I'm going to place this aside so it can dry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 blocks. I'm going to make 2 little squares because I want to have 2 cute little faces for inside. And I'm going to do 1. And we're going to place it against here. We're going to do another one on the side. over here, and I'm going to place this one against here, and I'm going to do on this one on the side and on the inside, a little piece on the inside, so over here and on the side, and I'm going to place it straight up, and I'm going to squeeze it in, and now we can make a nice cute little square with a little opening inside where we can do some greenery in. So this is already one. I'm going to make a second one. I'm going to place this one against this one, and the third one, a little glue, and place this one to this one, and over here, I don't know if the block is straight or not, we're going to do it over here and on the inside, and we're going to place it here and squeeze it and press it together in the shape you want to have it. And we're going to let this dry also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my stand this way. I'm going to get my my box, and I'm going to do some glue on the underside of our frame over here. Make sure that you have enough glue because you don't want that he's falling off. And we're going to place it exactly in the middle. I have to look for over here, and I'm going to let it fall and make sure that we have it in the middle, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes to dry. So I place, of course, our frame over here. What we're going to do, I'm going to use this one as a top on our type case over here. You almost don't see it over here. Now it looks very strange if you see it this way, but of course I'm going to glue it on top, and we're going to paint it in one color because we keep it easy, because you can use it for every season, so you can change it up every time and time again. So I'm going to glue this on the top, do some simple wood glue all in the middle, and then our frame and of course our the type case is finished. So I'm going to place it on the top and let it dry. So now we are going to go paint our type case, of course, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to do it in a very neutral tone, a little bit of the creamy color you see here. It's a little of white, but you can do any color you like, but I think because it's for every season, I keep it a little bit neutral, so that's why I'm going to start on the underside in the creamy white color. So, and of course it dries up even lighter, but you can wax it, you can do it in the black, you can do it in any color, you can even do the top, maybe this top a little bit in a different color. Go ahead, do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to take my time and I'm going to paint this one. You see how my type case turned out, and I love the color. I am going to paint the little what I use for planters in a little bit of the darker brown color. So I made 3 of them. You saw 2 of them, but I made 3 because I want to have here, and on the other side one little planter. And here you can easily put a butter brush tree inside or some other greenery stems. So it's very easy to make, and you also have your own cute little planter. So I'm going to paint this 3, and then I'm also going to make 2 little signs, but you see that in a moment. So everything is almost ready. Of course, here we're going to do some greenery or some butter brush tree. If you make it for the Valentine season, you also can do some Valentine sign on top of here. You can do some, maybe a pink butter brush tree on top of here, and you can easily make it for the Valentine. So it is usable for any season. I'm going to keep it a little bit Christmas and a little bit neutral. So what I'm going to do, I have here this kind of little cute little frames like this, and they were only 68 cents, euro cents, and it's not even less than $1. So they are very cheap, and I am going to make some print on my computer like this, 2 pieces. I'm going to use this one and this one. I'm going to cut them out, and we're going to Mod Podge them on top of here. So I did cut them out, and you see so easy it is. Make your own cute little sign. You can find these 2 on our free printables, always linked down below in our description box, and also in our other channel Decor Easy, so go check it out. Of course, I hope I get my lid undone of my Mod Podge, and I use always this brand Mod Podge, but you can use anything you like. Of course, I'm going to get my brush and I'm going to go and do some Mod Podge on top of here. I just do it on the frame because this is a little frame. I do a little bit more, then it dries up a little bit better. But everyone does Mod Podging his own way, so don't mind me. I always make sure that no Mod Podge is coming on top of my print because I like the matte finish. But if you like more like a shiny finish, then you have to go over it later again and do an extra layer of Mod Podge on top of here. I'm not going to do that because I don't like that, but for everyone who does, do it the way you think it's right. I have to go a little bit sideways and work with your print, and you see already how easy is this. I'm going to let this dry. I'm going to do this second one. You see here on my table I have some different sizes butter brush trees, and I use the green one, but like I told you, you can get them in every color. So even for the Easter you can use maybe white, you can use spray painted in orange, you can do for any season, you can do and maybe yellow if you have later a lemon decor over here. And this one is so small on the side, you can place in your kitchen, you can place on a back side. It is so easy to use, so I'm going to use two pieces. I'm going to do with the very small butter brush tree, and I'm going to take off the piece, and if you turn it, he will go very easy off. So I'm going to do a little bit of glue inside and a little bit on the top of the little stand, and I'm going to place my butter brush tree inside and make sure that I have it this way, and I'm going to let this dry in. And of course I have also already over here a smaller one, and I'm going to do again some little glue on the inside and on the corners so he gets enough glue. And again we're going to stick him inside the glue and place him on top, and make sure that you keep him in place for a little moment until he is dried up. And for the in between here I can use a little bit of a bigger one, so I'm going to use this one for in between. I have to look for you, this one is the same size. Again I'm going to get the stamp, turn it, and make sure that we get the plastic piece of it. We work away this brush again down, and I saw a little tip for everyone which the butter brush trees are totally squeezed and totally out of shape. Ginger from Yvonne from Ginger Chick Rehab, of course a lot of you already know her. She has the tip, do a little bit of warm water, place your butter brush tree inside, and he will get in shape totally. So Yvonne, thank you so much for that tip, because a lot of my trees of my Christmas village are out of shape, so I'm going to use that tip very often. So again I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to place this one also in the middle and keep it in place for a little moment. And now we have very easy 3 little stands with some trees. So now we have this one, we have of course our cute little signs, and now I'm going to get to my stash to get a couple of things, and then we're going to decorate it, and then you see the quick impression. So I could place you a little bit closer. I'm going to make it very easy. I have here some couple of things on my table which I can use. I'm going to start very easy. I'm going to place my little sign sideways over here, and this is the way you make very easy and fast your own little display. Of course I place this one in this corner, but on the inside over here. You can do it with some sticky gum if you want to have it placed stick together on your display. I have 2 wooden houses over here, and I'm going to place this one also sideways. Of course this one has to go over here, and this one has to come over here. Of course this one has to go back. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place also a smaller butter brush tree over here. I have the big one over here, and he can very easy place him inside, and you already have him inside of your corner. Of course, you can turn him a little, and then he is straight, because that's the bottle brush. He is always wired, so he's not always in the mood to go where you want. Of course, I'm going to place a little house, black house over here. Of course, oh, you see already, this also DIYing. Not everything is going the right way. Again, place it over here. I have here some copper bells, and they are very rustic. Really, the rust is coming off. I place one over here, and I place one on top of here. I have here also a little house, and I'm going to place this one on the inside over here. And now I'm going to place some pieces of wood, the smaller ones. Of course, I have bigger ones, but I use the smaller ones. I do one over here, and I'm going to try to get also the other one inside, like this. So I'm going to keep it this way, very easy and simple. In a moment, you see the cutting.